Breakfast. We're coming to you from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City. Today, Cell C makes history, South Africa's first ever simultaneous outside broadcast across the stations nationwide. 9 of us are broadcasting across the country, showcasing network reliability ahead of the festive season. 938 is on location, Sun City, under the theme, Escape the City, Not the Signal. Trudy, how are you doing?
Goeiemorgen.
Why did you not tell us that it's a Face Beat Friday? Because we also would have done a Face Beat.
I was afraid you were not going to have enough time.
Because my face is big, thanks. T, how are you doing? How did you sleep?
I'm very good and you, man. Yeah.
What was it, grand?
Too grand.
Eh?
Yeah, well, why not?
Morning, Game. How you doing, dude?
Morning, big dog. I'm alive, thanks. How are you?
I love the fact that you're in shorts at our broadcast because we're not far from the Valley of the Waves.
Well,
Means you're on holiday.
I figured since we were going to be at Sun City, I might as well dress the part.
It's his
cheers,
second
boy.
time here, remember, so he knows the vibes.
Oh, he was here for the Sports Awards. So he's back to the scene of the crime.
Y'all gotta let that go.
Did she show up?
Y'all gotta let that go.
Okay. Friday, 24 October 2025, 28 days until the G20 summit in Jozi, 62 sleeps until Christmas, and 69 days until 2026. We have a jam-packed show for you. Famous Fridays, hanging out with radio and media dude Greg Maloka between 7 and 10 this morning. We also have boardroom babies.
Yes, this is a Friday. Thank me later Friday. This is when the kids tell us about the weekend plans.
Okay.
So we'll find out later about that one.
We're going to get straight into music when we come back. The 6 a.m. briefing on 938 Next FM.
938 Fresh Breakfast.
That was Gregory Porter on 938 with Grandma's Hands. We are live from Sun City, hanging out with our good friends at Cell C. It is a broadcast across was it 9 radio stations?
Yes.
I think there's 9 radio stations in every corner of the country. Hashtag escape the city, not the signal. Whether exploring remote destinations or staying close to home, Cell C keeps South Africans connected to the moments and people that matter most. Jumping straight into the 6 a.m. briefing.
Straight to the 6 a.m. briefing. Now, the Department of Forestry and Fisheries and the Environment confirmed that Kruger National Park will not be renamed, dismissing false claims of change in Skukuza National Park. Now, the spokesperson stated that no amendment or notice has been made under the Protected Areas Act, and the Minister Dion George added there's no plans to change the name, urging reliance on official sources.
So, is it Sakeliga? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Has initiated new legal action against the NHI, accusing the Health Department of using court procedures to delay constitutional review. The department seeks to pause challenges until procedural issues are settled, a move Sakeliga calls an abuse of process. Sakeliga is seeking interdict to stop the delay and a counter-application to suspend the NHI rollout if the stay is granted. Make of that what you will.
The Tshwane Mayor, Nasipa Moya, has denied claims of the 777 million rand spent on water takers, confirming that the figure is 610 million,
Jeez.
with a higher number, including old and disputed invoices. Now, cost increased due rand water outages and Hammanskraal cholera crisis. The city is also reducing reliance on tankers through new infrastructure and investigations into spending underway.
So don't panic, it's just 610 million, not 777.
And because of other reasons, I think that's why she's stating that.
It's still 700 million, 600 million more than it should be.
700.
Because water infrastructure should be sorted. I don't understand. But anyway, I think this is probably the biggest story from yesterday. Former ANC veteran Tony Yengeni has joined Jacob Zuma's MK party as second deputy president. He praised Zuma's leadership, criticizing current self-serving leaders. The move, while questioned by critics due to Yengeni's controversial past, is seen by analysts as strengthening the MK party for the 2026 elections and deepening ANC divisions. Guys, when JZ demanded to be heard about why he should be allowed to be a member of the ANC and the MK, who represented him? It was Tony. So Tony's been in his corner. I don't know why all of a sudden we're surprised that Tony's going to stand up and say, I'm now joining Ubaba.
There we go.
For me, it makes a lot of sense. And then there was talk yesterday that Deputy President Paul is also a plant by the MK. Yeah.
Where's Butsang?
We must be boots in, boots on right now. We will call Butsang actually and get to the bottom of this.
Now, Build One South Africa boss is calling for a public online tender dashboard to expose corruption following damning testimony at the Matlanga Commission. Now, leader Musi Mabane says the system should reveal who wins tenders, payments made, and company owners, closing gaps that hide corruption under current finance laws. Bossa also went to say that the National Treasury has the authority to act now, insisting that South Africans deserve to know who profits from their taxes.
I agree with that 100%. I think we need to be privy to the processes, who is bidding and who won, and at least you're also able to see who's inflating the bids. Because you can't be paying 100 rand for a roll of toilet paper.
And who's signing these things off?
Even for Kaka Gold, 100 rand for a rail of toilet paper is a lot. So I'm all for a dashboard that shows us exactly who's bidding and who won and why they won.
Yeah, transparency is much needed.
Because this thing of Kutshere Meya go start a company, it needs to stop. Because it's a culture where game, because it's connected, will be privy to this tender's coming out in 6 weeks, submita, Rtaufaga, everything else will just be the due process.
Oh,
Yeah.
if only I was that lucky.
We can work on it for you. You might, maybe you'll go to Dubai also.
He's denying like a proper tenderpreneur.
Absolutely. This is 938 coming to you live from Sun City. Hashtag escape the city, not the signal. Hashtag Cell C.
First look at our traffic this morning on 938 Fresh Breakfast. There are roadworks to look out for on the N1 southbound near the Rietfontein interchange, causing potential delays for your travel. So be on the lookout for that. That's all we have for traffic for now. If you have any other updates for us, please send them through to our WhatsApp line 071-460-5169. We'll check again in about half an hour.
18 minutes after 6, this is 938 Fresh Breakfast coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City. Cell C making South African radio history today with the first ever simultaneous outside broadcast across 9 stations in diverse locations nationwide. Hashtag escape the city, not the signal. Hashtag Cell C. It's time for Stir the Pot, but don't forget in about 30 we're going to be going to our boardroom babies.
Straight to Stir the Pot now, 15-year-old boy in Sheffield, England has been sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years for murdering a schoolboy, Harvey Wilgoose, during a lunch break knife attack. Now, the judge has said that the killer showed callous disregard for life, while the defense argued he was a child who made a terrible mistake. Now, the case has opened a debate about how in society should we punish violent minors. Is this now the kind of jail sentence that is long overdue, or do you guys feel that it's too harsh because the kid is only 15 years old?
It's long overdue in my book.
Whoa.
Let me tell you, I agree that if you're going to do adult crime, you must do adult time.
Big facts.
Especially as a teenager, because by your teens, you know what's right, what's wrong. You know that a knife will kill a person. I mean, my 10-year-old knows that if I do something, it's going to hurt someone. He's
Right.
10, but he knows that. So why would a 15-year-old not be expected to do adult time for an adult crime?
I'm also looking at the wording in this particular report. He didn't accidentally stab the boy. You don't accidentally stab
Yeah.
someone. You know what I mean? You can accidentally shoot someone, but you absolutely can't accidentally stab someone.
And
That's murder.
And we're also told that this child carried knives to school all the time.
Oh.
Yeah, that he always had a knife on him. So he was ready.
Can't he be rehabilitated?
Yeah, in jail,
rather?
doing life.
Oh, yeah. But life imprisonment.
No, he must serve a minimum 16 years. So in 16 years, when he's 32, he'll come out maybe. If he's learned a lesson, he might stab someone in jail too.
But does jail necessarily rehabilitate people?
But it keeps the rest of us safe.
I think serving time, yes, but as you're saying, the 16 years, it will depend on correctional services, what they do with him in those 16 years.
While he's
To
inside,
re-
yeah.
To rehabilitate him back into society, if that's the plan. Because he'll be 31.
And he falls under juvenile, right?
Yes.
Yes, he
So
will
probably
go
go to juvie anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What I'm going to throw a spanner in the works regarding this case, because after he was sentenced, the judge said he can now be named. And he is a brown child. And I ask myself, were he not a brown child, would circumstances have been different in terms of how the courts treat him? Is my question to myself.
Okay.
Knowing the history of the UK and how brown people are treated in England, for instance.
Are you saying he's getting it harsher because he's a brown child?
I'm asking that question. I'm asking
Okay,
you
you're
guys.
asking me.
That do you think if he was a white child, things would have been different?
I think it would have been different.
I think that's a fair point to raise. I wonder whether or not the fact that the epidemic of knife crimes in the UK and the way they cross racial lines
Yes.
anyway doesn't play an even more significant factor in the judgment that was
But
handed
the
down.
stabbings all the time. The stabbings all the time in the UK.
Indeed, I
Yes.
think that's the point, and it's not just the black kids or the brown kids doing the stabbings. Even the white kids in the UK are doing
In fact,
stabbings.
it's probably predominantly the white
yeah,
kids, yeah.
So
So what are you saying then? So if a child does an adult crime, they must do adult time?
no, I firmly
Or are
agree
you
with
with
that.
Trudy in saying that, listen, it's a child, can we try and rehabilitate them?
Now that you've even said he's brown, I'm like, let's rehabilitate this child because maybe his predisposition is like terrible. You know, he grew up in a home where certain things were happening.
I'm going to try to take race out of it.
Okay.
I think the 15-year minimum, if he's going to go that serve time, I'm more concerned about when he comes out as a 31-year-old, what type of person are we going to let back into society?
What the court also heard was while waiting for police to arrive after the stabbing, Khan said to one of the teachers, I am not right in the head. My mom doesn't look after me right.
There it is.
So, for
There it
instance, was
is.
something like this premeditated in terms of, let me try and mitigate my own crime? Because children can also be calculating.
Yeah, but it sounds like he might have some kind of mental illness. Hence, I go back to rehabilitation. He might really need to be rehabilitated. And also, you can hear the situation at home. There's something that is not right there.
But also schools then, I mean, you also mentioned that he's been bringing knives to school.
Absolutely.
So schools need to then take this very seriously because we can't just then put only him as the example
Yeah.
here. Who's been allowing kids to bring knives to school and what's been done about it?
It's not like there's metal detectors, I'd like to think. I mean, metal detectors were a thing at schools in the US already in the 80s.
Yeah, but if one child is always bringing knives to school,
Sure.
there's a problem with you keeping this child at school.
And the fact that you are even able to say he always brings knives.
Yeah, like
you are
that
very aware.
that can't be a thing.
Yeah.
I'm also curious at the use of the wording callous disregard for the severity of the crime that he committed.
Yeah.
Would that have been a subjective sort of observation to make based on his demeanor and whatever suspected mental issue he may have? Or was that just an observation from a judge looking at how he was conducting himself as the trial was being conducted and going, no, this one doesn't seem to comprehend the severity of what he did. He doesn't seem to care.
We'd love to hear from you. Let's stir the pot on 938. 15-year-old going to jail for life for murdering another child during a lunch break knife attack in England. And we're asking a very simple question. Is this kind of jail sentence long overdue or too harsh? Because at 15, you are still a baby. Are you still a baby? It's 25 after 6.
Joburg's Fresh Breakfast on 938.
Listen on 938, this is Poquito Spanish, Poquito Funk. Coming to you live from Sun City. We're hanging out with our good friends at Cell C. 9 radio station, 1 epic live broadcast. We've chosen Sun City as an iconic venue to execute this special project. Hashtag Escape the City, not the signal. Whether exploring remote destinations or staying close to home, Cell C keeps South Africans connected to the moments and people that matter the most. We're going to jump straight into your news headlines and your sports update at exactly 6:30.
938 News.
The G20 dry run is set to disrupt traffic routes in major parts of Gauteng, and acting judge President Ledwaba denies receiving 2.5 billion rand to release Katie Molefe on bail. I'll have more of these and other stories at the top of the hour.
938 Sports.
First look at our sports news this morning on 938 Fresh Breakfast, starting on the cricket field. Quickly rebounding from managing to level the 2-match test series against Pakistan, gearing for the 3-match T20 series ahead of them. Donovan Ferreira will captain the Proteas in their contest against Pakistan, with uncapped Tony Dezorzi named in the team. David Miller and Gerald Coetzee have been ruled out due to injury, with Otniel Bartman brought in as Coetzee's replacement in the ODI side. Sticking with cricket, moving to domestic 4-day series action, Rivaldo Munsami hit 63 as the momentum multiply Titans ended day 3 at 164 for 6 in their second innings to trail the Dufferbed Warriors by 104 runs. The Hollywood Dolphins, on the other hand, reached 131 for 6 in their second innings, trailing the WSB Western Province by 88 runs at stumps on day 3, while Vihan Lube scored an unbeaten 67 to guide the Northwest Dragons to an 8-wicket victory over the DP World Lions on day 3. Orlando Pirates have it all to do to overturn a 3-0 deficit in the CAF Champions League second preliminary round. They take on St. Eloi Lupopo at the Orlando Stadium this weekend. The other action sees Mamelodi Sundowns already with a 5-1 aggregate advantage, taking on Remo Stars in the second leg of their Champions League tie. Switching gears to football abroad, the Premier League action of match week 9 gets underway this evening with Leeds United taking on West Ham United. Tomorrow's action sees Chelsea take on Sunderland. Newcastle United welcome Fulham to St James's Park. Manchester United host Brighton and Hove Albion at Old Trafford, looking to follow up on their momentous victory against defending champions Liverpool last weekend. And the defending champions will travel west of London to take on Brentford. Arsenal do battle with Crystal Palace on Sunday, as well as action between Aston Villa and Manchester City, with Everton welcoming Tottenham Hotspur to their new stadium. Lionel Messi has signed a new 3-year contract at Inter Miami, staying until December of 2029, according to reports. Switching gears to rugby, Ruan Nortje will captain the Vodacom Bulls as they take on the Glasgow Warriors in tonight's action in the United Rugby Championship. Gerard Steenkamp is also back in the team. The Blue Bulls get the weekend's action of United Rugby Championship underway when they travel to Scotland to take on the Warriors. Tomorrow's action sees the Emirates Lions take on Ulster, Sharks do battle with the Scarlets, and the Stormers take on Benetton Rugby. Marathon world record holder Ruth Chepngetich has been banned for 3 years after testing positive for a banned substance earlier this year. And wrapping up with motorsports news for now, MotoGP champion Marc Marquez will miss the remainder of the season to focus on his recovery from collarbone surgery. We'll park it there for now. More to come from the sports desk in an hour's time.
I've got a question, and it's been bothering me for the very the longest time.
Okay.
Is it Norchi or is it Nokia?
I've heard commentators say it both ways. I actually can't decide.
We had a Mr. Nokia at school.
So I'm thinking because Nochi is like a B, Pop.
Oh,
No?
okay.
No?
No, but it is.
King, so King Nokia or King
Nna ke tseba Nokia. Ene ke tseba le Nochi.
Nochi.
I'll leave it there.
Okay, I'm sorry to confuse you. You'll have to flip a coin, my dude.
Lucky I have one in my pocket. I'll get to that.
Anyway, 6:34. This is 938 coming to you live from Sun City. We're hanging out with our good friends at Cell C. Hashtag Escape the City, not the signal. Hashtag Nothing should stop you. Hashtag Cell C.
The Fresh Breakfast. This is 938.
The incredible sounds of Mama Letambulu. That was Nomatemba on 938 Fresh Breakfast. It's 6:38. We're coming to you live from Sun City, hanging out with our good friends at Cell C. It's an unprecedented first ever broadcast across 9 radio stations in diverse locations around the country. So we're asking where you are listening from, because we're certain Cell C will also find you wherever you are. Zbu is in Soweto, Khomoso in Midrand, Zama in Randburg, Mandla in Fourways, Lesedi Santon. Nolutando is in Alberton, Katleho, Kempton Park, Dumi Rodiport. Mornay is in Bryanston, Ayanda in Soweto. Shout out to Bridgie, Rams in Bramley. Ron is in Alex. Chris is streaming from Middleburg. Let's go there by our favorite people at Facebook. Komami Lodi is where Bongani is, listening from Burgersfort. Gara Hopola Village in Limpopo is where we will find Kwadi. Zolani is in Cape Town. Nigel is in Gabs in Botswana. Mzwake is in Ermelo. Who are you? Where are you tuned in from? Hashtag Escape the City, not the signal.
And we're taking you back to Stir the Pot this morning. You can comment on WhatsApp 071-460-5169. Today we're discussing a 15-year-old boy in England that has been sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 16 years for murdering a schoolboy during a lunch break knife attack. The judge, however, said the killer showed callous disregard for life. The debate in society says that is this kind of jail sentence long overdue, or is it too harsh because the kid is only 15 years old? We're taking your comments on 071-460-5169.
Thank you for your voice notes.
Good morning, the Fresh Breakfast team. Yo, there's a lot of wrong things and unknown things about this story. So, firstly, why did they let him bring a knife to school all the time and not call the cops, not call the parent, and find out what's happening? Because clearly, some of the kids should have reported, and that's maybe how they know that he's always brought a knife to school. Secondly, yeah, he is a child, but he's done adult crime. You know, he's mad at somebody. He deserves the life sentence, so that, you know, people can learn that it's wrong to hurt some people, and, you know, it can't just be left like that. So ultimately, yes, he must go to jail. He deserves it. It's long overdue, but I feel like there should have been a whole lot of things done prior to this to try and save this child.
But the thing is, the fact that he was carrying a knife and other kids knew it, it's a culture though. There's a knife culture in the UK. So it's not like there's anything special about this child.
But I think it was Chris that's commenting, saying
Yes.
it could have been a less maybe of a crime had the cops gotten involved earlier,
Yeah.
instead of just keep letting him come to school with a knife. That's very key to this case in terms of, we all know he's carrying a knife. What do you think he's going to do with it eventually?
What other people do with the knives that they're carrying.
Well, this is, I think, why we're in the situation in the first place, because the school didn't act or the cops didn't get involved before this had to happen.
We have another voice note.
Dumelang, good morning.
Morning.
So now I think whenever I this thing they are kids, you must be lenient on them. But if one command do like how about the 11 to bar and my teacher, but if one command do no. Guys, they need to get adult punishment. But with everything that you do, there are consequences, and some of them they are very harsh. So they must not do the things that they do. I mean, everybody turns out imagine the poor teachers because of
Okay, so she agrees then. If you're going to do adult crime, you must do adult time. We're going to check out more of your comments. What have you got on your side, Mr. T?
I've got here from Ron saying, I agree with Fresh, adult crime, adult sentence. He knew what he was doing when he took the knife to school. He must do the time.
Lebu says 16 years minimum sentence sounds heavy for a teenager. We're supposed to correct young offenders, not throw them away before they even become adults.
Pindile says, kids know exactly what they're doing these days. If you can pick up a knife and take a life, you must also face adult consequences.
Jacques says too many families have buried their children because of schoolyard stabbings. Maybe this verdict will finally scare others straight. Nothing's going to scare anyone straight. You know, sometimes jail is not even that we're punishing you. We're just taking you out of circulation because you're going to hurt other people.
Yeah.
Some people are incorrigible. I think that is the word. Try and use it today. Word of the day, incorrigible.
That's a good word today.
No, it's a perfect word.
Yes.
So don't be incorrigible. Like, have an attitude of, I can evolve and be a better person.
I mean, if we can bring it home a little bit, I mean, the kids that were going viral this week with the Milnerton,
Yes.
right? I think that one is being handled correctly. I mean, they're now away from the school. The school has acted. The police have gotten involved. It didn't escalate to a point where this just kept going on and on and on, and no one was doing nothing about it.
But the big question, like I think it was the EFF who were protesting outside the school was, had it not gone viral, was the school really dealing with this? Or is it just damage control because the school realized that, oh, flip, the name of our school is in the poo now?
I think, look, I'm not sure that those kind of details about what's happening. I'm just like, something has been done about it.
Sure.
We are at this point that there's intervention.
Checking out some of your comments on Facebook, Zama says, good, these kids must know that there are consequences if you commit crime. How I wish SA could adopt that. If you do crime, you must also do the time. Like I said, you're a teenager. You know exactly the consequences of your actions. We can't treat with kids' gloves.
Mbuso says he knew what he was doing 15 years. However, it's not an excuse, Magahambi.
Khwadi says 15 plus 16 equals 31. I'm sure that is enough to rehabilitate him back in society. But remember, jail doesn't fix a person. It keeps their life stationary. And when they come back, they have to reconnect with reality outside those big walls. Which goes back to, does the system rehabilitate or just keep you frozen in time until you're out again? Because that will be the difference.
Yeah. Because at 31, he must still then come back into the society. So what kind of person are we actually going to get back? Bokan says, I even think the minimum should be 25 years. How is it a mistake to bring a knife to school?
Finally, Tasha Quinn says, by 15, you know the difference between right and wrong. You can't be going around stabbing people. You deserve what you get. He must do the time because he did the crime. Tasha Quinn. Thank you for all of your comments. Let's keep the conversation going on our social media. We are 938 Radio across all social media. At 6:45, here's your traffic.
938 Traffic.
Follow-up traffic update on 938 Fresh Breakfast. There's a crash to report on the N1 northbound after Malibongo Drive, closing the left lane, as well as a stationary vehicle to look out for on the N1 southbound at Linwood Road with the left lane affected. There's congestion causing heavy delays on the N1 northbound between Chris Hani Road and the Golden Highway, affecting all of the lanes in that area, with major delays for your travels being caused by that congestion, as well as roadworks to look out for on the N1 northbound after Linwood Road, affecting the left lane. So please drive carefully, obey the rules of the road, and always endeavor to arrive alive. For any and all traffic-related updates, 071-460-5169 is where to send them.
For 26 years, Door of Hope Children's Mission in Johannesburg South has opened its doors to babies in need of care and protection. Nearly 2,000 little lives have been welcomed, with close to 300 safely relinquished through the Baby Saver box. The center's daily needs include baby formula, nappies, soap, shampoo, groceries, and retail pharmacy store vouchers. Door of Hope relies on the generosity of the community to continue this life-changing work. Together, we can help give these precious babies the love and care they deserve. Visit doorofhope.co.za for more information. Door of Hope Children's Mission, because every baby deserves a chance. That was Real People featuring Tony Momrell on 938. At 6:52, we are coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City. A very special project. Shout out to Cell C, making radio history with the first ever simultaneous outside broadcast across 9 radio stations. Wherever you are, Cell C will make sure that you are covered and connected this entire festive season. We are at the iconic Sun City Palace of the Lost City because we like things. There's 8 other radio stations across the country. So whether you're exploring remote destinations or staying close to home, Cell C keeps South Africans connected to the moments and people that matter the most. It's time for Boardroom Babies.
I called in emergency meeting.
Boardroom Babies.
So this whole place is run by babies?
Yep.
So the theme for Boardroom Babies every Friday is Thank Me Later, because we want the kids to share with us where the cool places to take your kids over the weekend. But we also ask what their plans are for the weekend. Here are your 938 Boardroom Babies.
938. My name's Arifa. So I think you should celebrate fireworks because it was just Diwali, and yeah, that's what I think you should do. Like yesterday, Tuesday or Monday, yeah, and then on Friday you can maybe go to spa, to also celebrate that at the same time. And then on Saturday we can make breakfast and like stay at home and do that and stuff. And then on Sunday, I think we should go to church and sing and praise the Lord as every Sunday. So bye 938.
Thank you, Arifa. So Arifa figures because Diwali, we must join the Hindu community. Returns the cricket. You know, I was once banned from a movie theater. I was banned from a movie theater, myself and my best friend Trevor at the time. We were, I think we were about 11, and we took Tom Thumb the cricket. This Tom Thumb firework thingy, Joe. We were watching a movie. It was a Saturday matinee. And in the middle of the movie, we lit a Tom Thumb and we threw it to the ceiling of the movie theater.
And then starts the band.
And then one of the parents who was sitting behind us, one of the kids, because it was a massive kids movie, dragged both of us downstairs to the owner of the theater, Mr. Desai. And we were kicked out of the theater, and we were besides ourselves with grief. We cried all the way home on our bikes. And for 6 months, every Saturday, we tried to go back, and we'd be pulled out of the queue and told, "You're not welcome here."
So as an adult,
Yeah.
you see why.
Why what?
Would you not have dragged yourself down?
You see the problem? Myself and Trevor were problematic children. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's how I was banned from a movie theater. It's the first time I've been banned from anywhere, and the last time. So shout out to my boy Trevor. He's a day younger than me. I think that's why we were problematic children. Anyway, I digress. Here are more Boardroom Babies.
Good morning 938.
Hi, Lucy.
I hope you are well. What cool kids can do for the weekend is we can watch a movie, go hiking, have a sleepover with your friends, and yeah, just have fun.
Okay,
Because
we'll have
it's
fun.
the weekend. Bye.
Thanks, the city.
Hi, my name is Mahal. The favorite thing that I love to do this weekend is to go to the playground and play and make friends. Thank you.
Do kids still go to playgrounds?
Yeah, they do.
This is so dope.
They do. Yeah, and collect each other at the houses. We've got that. I love it.
That is
It
incredible.
happens, Yeah.
Just
And we
get
go
the-
to the park. I'm like,
Get
yo,
the heck out of the house. That's all. That's all.
Hi, my name is Musa. I go to the playground.
No.
Thank you.
Wrap it up with Trisha. What you got, Trisha?
Hi, I'm Trisha, and what you can do for Cool for Kids, I think you can go to Pine Resort or beach. Pine Resort is a very nice water park, and now that it's getting hot and it's spring, water parks, swimming pools, and beaches are very nice places to go to.
Great stuff. Thank you, kids. Boardroom Babies on 938. We're going to jump straight into the gospel according to the kids. I love this dude. King D Music on 938 Fresh Breakfast.
It's time for the gospel according to the kids, only on 938. These are the songs that inspire us.
It's the gospel according to the kids on 937. There was King D Music representing Limpopo and the kingdom of God. That was Protect Me. It's time for the news at 7. Don't forget, we're coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City. We're hanging out with our good friends from Cell C because hashtag escape the city, not the signal.
938 News.
Top stories this hour. Police seize illegally imported products from worth millions in Fortsburg, and the NPA says strict bail applications have been set for Milnerton High School learners.
And top stories from the sports desk. Donovan Ferreira is set to captain the Proteas in their 3-match T20 series against Pakistan, and Orlando Pirates have it all to do to overturn their 3-0 deficit in their CAF Champions League second-round preliminary tie. Details south of the hour.
Good morning, I'm Trudy Teledi. Police in Johannesburg have seized illegally imported Apple and Samsung products worth 17 million rand during a takedown operation in Fortsburg this week. The haul included smartphones, two-way radios and fake ICASA and EMI labels. Authorities say the goods were being sold without proper certification in violation of customs and communications law. Meanwhile, in Gqeberha, the Hawks arrested a 33-year-old man after uncovering 60,000 rand worth of counterfeit Apple merchandise. And 6 of the 8 Milnerton High School learners accused in a violent bullying incident have been granted 2,000 rand bail each under strict conditions. The Cape Town Magistrate Court ordered that they stay away from the school after a video surfaced showing a grade 10 learner being beaten with objects including a hockey stick. The remaining 2 learners who appeared in a juvenile court were released on warning. The Education Department will arrange alternative exam venues as the case continues, with the next court date set for the 20th of January 2026. In other news, the new auto traffic system gives motorists a small break, allowing up to 10 kilometers per hour over the speed limit before fines apply. But drivers who exceed that cushion face hefty penalties, starting at 400 rand and rising to 3,200, with serious offenders required to appear in court. The system also introduces demerit points, where reaching 15 points means losing your license. Officials say the leeway aims to prevent minor prosecutions while still keeping reckless drivers in check. And in your world news, tensions are escalating between Colombia and the United States after Colombian President Gustavo Petro accused Donald Trump of ordering anti-drug airstrikes that he calls extrajudicial executions. Petro claims the attacks, which have destroyed several boats and killed at least 37 people, violate international law. In response, Trump has branded Petro as a thug and announced plans to cut hundreds of millions of dollars in U.S. aid to Colombia. Despite the fallout, diplomats from both countries are scrambling to prevent a complete breakdown in relations. And in your markets, the rand is trading at 17 rand 34 to the US dollar, 23 rand 10 cents to the pound sterling, and 20 rand 13 to the euro. Gold is selling at $4,105.25 a fine ounce, and Brent crude oil is trading at $65.75 per barrel. It's a sunny day in Gauteng with a warm to hot conditions expected in Johannesburg and throughout the province. Temperatures will reach a high of 29 in Midrand, 28 in Johannesburg, and 31 in Pretoria. Recapping your top stories this hour, police seize illegally imported products worth millions in Fortsburg. That's all the news I have for you at this hour. For 938 News, I'm Trudy Taylady.
Thank you, Trudy. It is exactly 4 minutes after 7, coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Cell C, 1 network, 9 radio stations. Hashtag escape the city, not the signal. Greg Maloka is our guest this morning for 938 Famous Fridays. He was there when YFM was built. He rescued Kaya FM from itself, and he's now one of the architects of 938. Greg Maloka, next. Taking you back to when the earth was still soft and every time you stepped on a rock, you would leave your foot imprint. That was Mzegezege featuring MDU with Ratlala. It's 10 minutes after 7. We are 938 Fresh Breakfast, coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with our good friends at Cell C. One network, 9 radio stations across the country. Hashtag escape the city, not the signal. Hashtag nothing should stop you. Hashtag Greg Maloka should know this. Nothing should stop you. Our guest is in the building for 938 Famous Fridays. He's one of the architects of modern South African radio. I'm going to say it because he won't. From starting YFM from the ground up to reshaping the sound of Kaya FM to mentoring generations of broadcasters and creatives, Greg's legacy is all about culture, connection, and now community. We talk passion, purpose, reinvention, what it takes to keep radio human in a digital world. Greg Maloka is in the 938 building, and you are here, Maloka.
In the flesh.
You're here
There
in
we
the
go.
flesh. Oh, you're here in the flesh, as they call me in KZN, with flesh. Foolish.
Yeah, somebody asked me once, they said, was that no flesh?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No
Absolutely.
flesh. We don't have enough. Oh, lawyer. No, okay.
And then we get to the Free State. Hey, Foresh, intate Foresh.
Hey, good job, Vega.
Hey, Shimfwetu. How are you doing, Luki?
I'm good, man. I'm really good.
Yeah.
I'm really good.
You look like you are in a peaceful state, generally. And this is from someone who's watched you evolve since '97 when I met you in an audition queue at YFM.
It's interesting how you describe it.
Yeah.
Right. And I guess, like you say, for someone who's looking at it from the outside, and now that you say it,
Yeah.
I feel a little grown up. You know? I mean, until you guys went on air. But I mean, I was, up until 3 months ago, I was calm, man. I thought, okay, you know, like I'm nearing retirement. Yeah, I'm all good.
I need an honest question.
Yes.
Do me and Tato give you gray hairs?
Okay.
Because when we met to discuss this radio station beginning of the year, your beard was not this salt and pepper.
No, it wasn't.
So I was stressed.
And if I had hair,
Yeah.
We're just trying to help you.
Kabel Nando, they can really poof. You know, really 10 kg.
Yeah.
And it's like a hit.
But you're the only one that can deal with this. You know this.
Stop it.
Okay.
Let's go back to ground zero. Let's go back to ground zero.
Yeah.
Looking back in hindsight at how Y was built from the ground up, what could we have done differently in hindsight? Because I know we did a lot of things right, but one of the things I think we did wrong was not documenting the history we were making. So a lot of it is now anecdotal versus if you look at this video, or if you look at this picture, or if you look at this documentary, I mean, half the people we interviewed, for instance, on the chair, are not with us anymore. And we captured none of it.
You know, with the beginning of any revolution, you know, nobody thinks about, oh, we should capture this. Everybody is obsessed with the revolution.
Sure.
Right. And to be very honest, somebody else needed to be documenting that revolution.
Not
and
us.
Not us.
Yeah.
Because we were in it. And, you know, we were very honest about being in it. You know, if we were acting, right, if we kind of selfie in the process,
Yes.
you know, or getting cameras to follow us or whatever the situation is, if you look at the culture today, young people have understood that need to document as they move.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why people are followed around with cameras all the time.
Yeah.
And so I say we did our job. You know, we did our job in raising young people's consciousness
Sure.
on, you know, documenting important moments. Not really busy, gents.
Yeah.
You know, we were fighting a war, and when you're fighting a war, you know, you don't stop and take a picture.
Especially a war of perceptions also, because there was that.
I mean, when we launched YFM, advertisers, the advertising industry, I mean, they told us to our face, right, that we cannot, you know, they cannot invest in YFM because young black people have zero future.
Yeah.
You know,
What did you think about that?
I mean, that made me very angry. You know, it upset me. I mean, I knew at 10 that something was wrong with this country. You know, so by the time I get to Y, I'm starting to experience it. You know, I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to feel it from people who looked like ordinary folk. You know, asmasole or police or you know, it's not the army.
They're not the system.
These are people who are supposed to be humans.
Yes.
In my mind.
Changed.
Right? And they were not. They were not. In fact, I found them far worse than those who pointed guns at us and chased us, because at least those were clear about.
Our relationship is clear.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Lemaburu and we are others.
Yeah. We're here to mess with you. And we're not here to play. You know?
You know, it's weird. When the IBA at the time was handing out licenses, I was part of a bid by Solid Gold FM. I was still a student at the time. And Solid Gold FM had said, in the event that we get a license, you'll do early breakfast.
I remember
because I did a radio course with Solid Gold the first half of 95.
Right.
The minute I landed in Joburg, I was like, I need a radio course before I'd even started my qualification. And I remember when the results came out, because we were applying for 99.2 as Solid Gold.
Wow.
We were applying for that frequency.
Yes.
So I remember going to Solid Gold.
I remember that.
Myself and Rude Boy Paul had been pre-hired by Solid Gold, that in the event they get a license, we're going to be the youth element of that radio station.
This is new to me,
So we were going to be the black dudes at Solid Gold, myself and Rude Boy Paul, right? And I remember when the results came out that we didn't get the license, the Classic, Kaya, and YFM got the licenses. I remember Tony Sanderson saying to me, and he was livid, he was red in the face, that we all know black youth have no money. How did this license go there and not come to us?
There you go.
And already I was like, I'm glad we didn't get the license.
Yeah.
Sure. Kante was going to work for the same frequency.
But this is what it is, right?
Yeah.
This is, you see, what gets decided in the stars, and I'm a huge believer of, you know, universal energies and all of those things, right? I think if you were cross, you know, you and Tony,
Yes.
your energy would not even have pulled you to that space.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, at the time, so it was a South African student Congress.
Yeah.
And he says to me, TNT around that time. He says, Maluka, you know, you and your fellows have, this is a young guy,
Yeah.
So, you and your fellows have done really well with Radio TNT, you know?
So Technicon Northern Transvaal.
Yes.
For those who have no idea.
Yeah, but those who really, really know is technical nice time.
Yes.
Or technical nonsense and trouble.
Yeah. Social groove.
For social groove.
Nice. Nice.
Sorry, social groove. So, and so, you know, he says to me, you know, there are some comrades by the license.
Yeah.
Go try your luck there. You know, it's a commercial station. I'm like, what? That's how I find out.
Yeah.
You know, and I had to Josie, and yeah, I mean, you know the story. It's like,
He was in the queue with me,
Okay.
Mosquito, Kenny Maestri was in the
Rude
queue with
boy.
us, Tabo Moyo was in the
Tabo
queue with
Moyo.
us.
Fresh always tells the story that when
yeah.
you were in line, the next day, you are the manager. I want to hear it from you. What happened?
Okay, so I got to Bertram's.
Right.
And when I arrived there, I often use the idols as an example.
Yes.
Oh, the idols.
Kudalelai.
Like 7,000 people in this one small place.
Right.
And the only person I knew was Mosquito.
Oh.
Right? Because Mosquito and I had met 2 years before that, and we were throwing campus gigs. So one of our
Don't call them gigs, Depeche.
Depeche. One of our group. In fact, I think to this day, well, I could be wrong. Somebody might have raveled it, but Mosquito and I threw the longest, biggest bash in the country. Right?
What do you mean?
That thing went on for 18 hours, and it had all the artists and all the DJs who were happening at that time.
Yeah.
If you were not happening, you were not on that lineup.
Sure.
This was the first time Dr. Kumalo and Bob Mapena performed together in front of a crowd. They'd never performed in front of a crowd before, right? I mean, it had all the chocks from Fresh to Vinny to Positive K to everybody was there. Everybody was a Boom Shaka. Everybody was there.
18 hours.
18 hours. Mosquito played the last set. When Sean, who was the guy that supplied the sound, wanted to leave, right, at 6 in the morning the following morning because it started at 12 the previous day.
Right.
And Mosquito has not played. And this party had 30,000 people, right? And at 7 a.m. the next morning, there were still 6,000 people there.
Yeah.
Like it was a mess.
Some went to Rez to freshen
Someone
up and
even
came back.
And Sean was to leave.
Yeah.
And he's the only white guy in Soshanguve at this stage. Le track, South Nehru. And he's like, Greg, no, I've got to pack up, bro. I've got to go because, Mosquito said this party's going to end at 6 and it sounds like 6:30 and I've got another gig in PE. Blah, blah, blah. I'm on schedule. Can I go and I'll take it. There's 6,000 people.
You're going to leave.
And Mosquito, and I mean, you remember, this is, Mosquito back in the day.
Yeah, this is old Mosquito.
This is old Mosquito. Can I go and Mosquito, Zala Ndwana, I went, I'm a look Jack. Why are you rushing me, my man? This guy can wait. Charlie. This guy has a schedule. It goes on the mic. And he says, no, and people go, go, Sean.
Yeah.
Can you relax? It's 1 hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I'm telling you a completely different story.
Correct. But
That's the only guy I knew in the
Yes.
queue, right? So that's how deep that relationship was.
Correct.
So I realized that, you know what? So I'm on this queue, and there's probably 50, 60 other people here who are far better than I am.
Okay.
Because all of us are vying for on-air jobs.
Yeah, and they're limited.
And I mean, they're probably only looking for 13, 15 people
At best.
at best. So I think to myself, I need to be the purple cow here. If I don't stand out, nothing will work.
Yeah.
How do I do that? So I start writing this 2-pager, right, about how chaotic their auditions are. It's like, spy.
Lapet.
Auditions. This it's a little chaotic. Maybe here's a system that you can use.
Okay.
And I said, by the way, I did a very quick assessment. I've been talking to people on the queue. You know, the following guys are guys I think you should audition first. Because you're not going to waste your time. These are really like solid humans.
They're ripe.
Right? Never mind. Papa and everything there. Fresh was on that list. Root Boy was on that list. Kenny Mainstreet, I think, was on that list.
Oskido was
on that list. Pindi was on that list. So essentially, you know,
The lineup is there.
the lineup is there. So I give this two-pager to, and I make some comments about music and marketing and what I think they should do.
Right.
And I give, the late Arabi Mucheke.
Oh, yes.
Arabi was the designated music manager.
In his cowboy boots.
Oh man, Arabi is, listen man, that's one of the people that actually changed my life.
Yeah.
Because he took my two-pager.
Yes.
Somewhere. For 4 hours he disappeared. And then he comes back, you know, and he's looking around. And it's so I'm like, is this guy looking for me? So I stick my head out. Oh.
Yeah. Like, hey.
Then he calls me. He's like, hey, Ndwana, what do you know about these things? You know? I'm like, no, I know something.
Yeah.
We have a little radio station.
You know, he says, okay. We have, so they used to have like status meetings, you know, leading up to the launch. The launch was 9 months away. And so every day, like, they get it together, like, updating each other on where are we with lineup, where are we, you know, and there was a lot of things they were sharp, they were tulanal mabot, like, that's all. Like,
Okay.
and things that were like a walk in the park for me, you know. At this stage, YFM is 10 people, a license, and a building. Right. So I get to this meeting the next day, literally the next day. He says, and I'm like, yeah, of course, you know. What do you mean? My schedule is not full. I'm unemployed. So I get there the next day. And I got there at like 7:45. Right. 6:45. And, you know, as the sun was rising, I could feel my body thaw. That's how early I was. Right. And
Because it's winter 97.
it was winter 97.
Yeah.
Right. 96.
No, 97.
You launched the name, wife.
No, first.
Yes,
yeah.
you're right. So we were beginning of winter, right? And it was cold, and I was standing there. And never mind, that meeting, it happened at 11:30. Because never via Yeovil, after every night, Balum Shai, and plan and talk, and then arrive late the next day. So I made it to the meeting. I walked in, and I tell how no boardroom etiquette. I walk in and I sit at the head of the chair, at the head of the table when I walk into the room. And as they're walking in, they're like, well, do we have a new boss? What's going on here? Dirk walks in, favorite guy.
Yes.
I mean, and I'm on his chair. And you know what this guy does? He sits on the opposite side,
Yeah.
you know? And most people ask me, you know, what was the arrogance? Why were you sitting at the, I'm like, no, you know, I would talk us, you know? And you don't have an understanding of a room.
Yeah.
You read it in the way that you read it. To me, the head was the most isolated chair, right? I can't sit next to people.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Because it's got to be it's familiar.
Yeah.
I wanted the most isolated chair,
Yes.
where it's like you're a
And
guest
out of
or-
respect.
And it was out of respect, right? Anyways, I sat in the first thing I got asked was, you know, Arabi says, oh no, this guy is, you know, got some ideas around auditions. I hope there's no objections in having him in the meeting. They're like, listen, it's the first item on the agenda. You know, cut a long story short, after they argued, and I'm sitting there very quietly thinking, I don't want to answer anything, speak when spoken to. Eventually, Dirk turns around and says, what do you think? We were told you had some ideas around auditions. Donna, do you know where you stop And it's almost like slow motion. Is he talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, this is my moment. Perfect. And I lay it on them. And I can't repeat these words on radio, right? But he was like, so what are you still doing here?
Yeah.
Go down and deal with it. Wow. And I go downstairs. And I now have to say to all the people that are down there, the auditions, guys, excuse me, can I have your attention, please? Okay, so here's how this system is going to work now, right? You, we saw you yesterday. Yeah. Okay, we're not going to say, come on, guys, why are you here? Because people came back.
Yeah.
And even after being auditioned, people still stuck around.
Correct.
This guy looks at me and he says, wait a minute, my man.
We're in the queue with you.
We were in the queue with you yesterday.
Now you're doing my callback.
He says, now you're auditioning us. Who did you sleep with, my man? I was like,
yes.
I won't tell you. Emma Landing,
Yeah, don't take it too far.
That was the story.
Wow.
7:32, this is 938, Famous Fridays, hanging out with media man, radio man, Greg Maloka, broadcasting live from the Palace of the Lost City with Cell C, One Network, 9 radio stations. Hashtag Escape the City, not the signal.
Crew and all the listeners, hope you're doing well. Morning has started off so good, listening to the best radio. So this guy on the air right now, I asked him, maybe 2-3 weeks back, I was like, hey, yo, man, people are selling their Travis Scott tickets, really, and I'm really trying to grow, I'm a really big Travis fan, man. And I'm not gonna lie, a part of me was like, I might be stretching, oh my goodness, because I didn't want to go in the mosh pit and, come back with no leg. But he organized everything, got us the tickets, myself, a friend, and my older sister. And we had an amazing time. Honestly speaking, I've never felt so alive, and I've never lost my voice so quickly in my life. But I just want to take this moment to say, W Dad, always got you, always behind you, always supporting you, and always feeding your condensed milk addictions. I'm sorry, I just asked you, I'm sorry. Anyways, have a good day, everybody, and have a good morning to every listener on the best radio station in the country.
That's your firstborn son.
Like, can't believe you told the condensed story.
So you have a condensed milk addiction that we'll talk about because it's not breaking news. Well, it's breaking news. We're going to go to news, come back with your sports update, and then Greg Maloka will explain why he is addicted to condensed milk.
938 News.
Police seize illegally imported millions in Fortsburg, and the MPA says strict bail conditions have been set for Milnerton High School learners. I'll have more of these and other stories at the top of the hour.
938 Sports.
Follow-up update from the sports desk on 938 Fresh Breakfast. Donovan Ferreira will captain the Proteas in their 3-match T20 series against Pakistan, with uncapped Tony DeZorzi named in the team. David Miller and Gerald Coetzee have been ruled out due to injury, with Otniel Bartman brought in as Coetzee's replacement in the ODI side. Switching to domestic cricket in the 4-day series, Rivaldo Munsami hit 63 as the momentum multiply Titans ended day 3 at 164 for 6 in their second innings to trail the Dufferbet Warriors by 104 runs. The Hollywood Bets Dolphins reached 131 for 6 in their second innings to trail the WSB Western Province by 88 runs at stumps on day 3, while Vihan Luby scored an unbeaten 67 as the Northwest Dragons claimed an 8-wicket victory over the DP World Lions on day 3. Orlando Pirates have it all to do to overturn a 3-0 deficit when they take on St. Eloi Lupopo in the second leg of their CAF Champions League second preliminary round tie. Mamelodi Sundowns having dominated to a 5-1 victory in the first leg, take on Remo Stars as the other Champions League fixture this weekend. Leeds United get match day 9 of the Premier League underway this evening when they take on West Ham United at Elland Road. Saturday's action sees Chelsea take on Sunderland, Newcastle United take on Fulham, Manchester United welcome Brighton and Hove Albion to Old Trafford, while defending English champions Liverpool travel to London to take on Brentford. Sunday's action sees table toppers Arsenal take on Crystal Palace, Aston Villa do battle with Manchester City, while Everton host Tottenham Hotspur. Lionel Messi has signed a 3-year contract extension, keeping him at Inter Miami until December 2029. And switching gears to rugby, Ruan Norkia will captain the Vodacom Bulls as they take on the Glasgow Warriors with Gerard Steenkamp back in the team. They get that action later this evening in the United Rugby Championship. Saturday's action sees the Emirates Lions take on Ulster, Sharks take on the Scarlets, while the Stormers travel to take on Benetton Rugby. Marathon world record holder Ruth Chepngetich has been banned for 3 years after testing positive for a banned substance earlier this year. And rounding off with motorsport news, MotoGP champion Marc Marquez will miss the remainder of the season to focus on his recovery from collarbone surgery. We'll park it there for now. More to come from the sports desk when the big hand does a full 360.
It all starts with advice from FNB Private. Because the perfect starts with planning. Save and spend in multiple currencies with your FNB Global account and lock in exchange rates. Enjoy up to 40% off flights with eBucks Travel and order Forex on the FNB delivered to you at no extra cost. Your adventure awaits. Unlock with FNB Private. Help changes everything. FNB, a division of First Rand Bank Limited, an authorized FSP and credit provider. TCs earn rules and multiply.
938 Fresh Breakfast.
Of fun on 938. It's 938 Famous Fridays, hanging out with media and radio man Greg Maluka. We're coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Cell C, one network, 9 radio stations, hashtag escape the city, not the signal, hashtag nothing should stop you. 2 tons of fun, just us. You and Mom. Let's talk about that song. You lost Mom how many years ago now?
Since the 3rd year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 3 years ago, she ascended.
Yeah.
This was one of her favorite songs. Every time this song comes on,
yeah,
my mother would light up.
Sure.
Like in ways that you, it doesn't matter what was going on, right? And I will always see that face when this song comes on. You know, I just, yeah, man.
Now, Dad was one of the reasons for many years that Mom lit up.
Yes.
Losing Dad. How do you show up for Mom after losing Dad?
So, you know,
And having lost your older brother on top of that. That's a lot to deal with. And lost a job.
so,
I,
yeah.
I apologize for using this word, but hunohonyiwa
No,
in
no,
your
no.
life at that stage.
No, so, the lesson there was, you know, you have to go through a furnace in your life. So, 4 years before my brother passed away, so there was 5 of us, right? So it's Mom, Dad, and you know, my older sister, Maki, my brother, Jeff, and myself. So and we were the closest people, right? I have never been close to anybody than I have to those people, right? And there was a part of me that always kind of had this thing out of it. It's always going to be like this, like we're forever going to be like this, right? There was a time where I didn't imagine losing any of them.
Yes.
Right?
Because it's a perfect picture.
But man, it was like, it was proper. Right? So I remember I was at Kaya, and I was walking into my office, and I was hit by this anxiety. It's 4 years before my brother died. Right?
Sure.
I got hit by this anxiety, and I didn't understand because, I mean, I was riding high at that stage, right? Like, the business was firing on all cylinders. You know, I was in a very good state of mind. I was happy, you know? And I was in the process of rediscovering myself as well, right? There was one part of me that wasn't really happy, and that was kind of like the, you know, my kind of like my family side of life wasn't perfect, but everything else was just like, you know, really on another level. And I remember thinking, man, what is the low to this high?
Ish.
You know, I am so high, but I'm like worried about something I don't know, and like I get this feeling, you know.
Let's swallow from nowhere.
Let's swallow you from nowhere, you know.
Almost feels too good.
Do you know what I'm saying? And you question yourself, you know. You're like, you know, almost like I don't deserve this. You know.
You feel like an imposter on your own success.
Dog.
Which you've worked hard for.
Well, like,
You've got the receipts, but it's like, aye, man.
You know, I'm like, no, this is, you know. And then my brother got sick, and for, you know, a good 18 months he was in hospital. And that was a very hard thing for me, because my brother was my best friend.
Sure.
Right. Like that guy was just like, you know, he raised me, I raised him to some degree. You know, he was 3 years older than I was. So like, you know, I was, you know, and Donna to this you know, like, and then there'll be moments where he's like, hey, Donna, I always had to check out time,
Yeah, because this is beyond you.
Yeah, I know, I knew where to kind of debate somewhere, you know. And I understood that was him protecting me, you know. And being in hospital that long, and the sad thing, dog, is that, you know, he had a stroke. He suffered a stroke.
How old was he?
Was 47, right?
It's early.
And that number became very important for me, actually, funny enough. And this is a story for another day. But so he's 47, he gets a stroke. And the first day of him getting a stroke, obviously his speech is affected. Right? And you know, and he asks me for a song. He says, I must play him a song. I can't hear him because he's slurring, right? I'm struggling to hear him. And this is a guy I was talking to like the day before, and things were fine. Right.
Sure.
He says, I must play him a song, so I play him this jazz record, and the title of the record, I mean, a lot of people covered it, and the title of the song is Things Just Ain't the Same. Right. I'm like, sure, so play it on my phone, I'm sitting there next to him. The next day, his voice was gone. We never spoke again for like 18 months. Anyway, then his passing obviously weakens the parents. You know, like it's just like, you know, and then my mom passed.
Sure.
About
It was 2020 actually.
2 years
when we
later.
buried mom. Yeah.
That was hard. It was actually hard to watch my dad. You know, but in the midst of all of that stuff, there's there's an uncle of mine, Baraki Malume Ruben. I love that guy. Malume Ruben is the oldest guy amongst and their friends. So Kidi Brau, Lil Timer, and a few other guys. So they're sitting in our lounge after we've come back from the burial site, Plumbera. It's my dad and his like 4 other friends. Thank you. Malme Ruben out of the blue stands up. Hey,
Yeah.
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 It's like, and ironically, all of those guys who were sitting in there had lost their wives. I mean, others had died like a while before, like, you know.
There's always this uncle.
This guy is 90 years old.
Yeah.
All right. And he's like, you know.
You know what I'm seeing as you're telling us about Malume Ruben?
Yeah.
I'm seeing Tato in 40 years' time. You're going to be Malume Ruben.
This guy. I kid you not. I kid you not.
He does this to us already.
As it is.
Like,
You
guys,
know?
the show is dealing. We're not to delete divorce tickets.
You know? So, yeah, man. So that, you know, you have those moments where it takes you away from that. Right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, we then had to, you know, now it's myself, my sister, and my dad, right? And you know, man, the worst thing, you know he's going.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Yeah, like,
You know, sorry, just to add on, a friend of mine lost their dad, and they said, I could see this man willed himself to end.
yeah.
It's, what is it about that?
No, I got to a stage where my dad said to us, like, I'm cross at your mom. Like, what do you mean you cross at mom?
Sure.
Unpraised.
How do I answer?
Exactly.
Like, why is that?
Yo.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like, dog, but like, and I want to say, what about us? You know? And I'm like, actually, no, this is how he feels.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, and then, you realize that in 5 years, you've lost 3 members of your family who were like
They're pillars, man.
the nucleus
And they're all you've known for 40 years, minimum.
at that stage.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
So that was hard.
750 938 Fresh Breakfast. It's Famous Fridays with Greg Maluka, radio and media man. Let's talk about when it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened at that stage in your life, where you've lost 3 family members, you've lost a radio career almost, you've even lost your name in the process.
Yep.
It's a lot for anyone to have to deal with.
No, that's crazy. I mean,
Let's go through the mental gymnastics you have to play, even with yourself in the mirror every day, to remind yourself who the hell you are and who you're not.
yeah,
Because you have to go through that.
you have to, right? So straight after my brother's passing, you know, I then get hit with this 40 allegations, right, coming out of Kaya, right, of sexual harassment and embezzlement and, you know, anything you can think about, right,
Was thrown at you.
was thrown at me at that stage. 40. So Unati actually is the first person that alerts me to this
The social media storm.
social media storm.
Yeah.
It says, Mati, there's something, man, on social media. People are sharing a thing. Blah. So essentially, these humans write this thing. Should I call them humans? They write this thing and then send it out on social media, right? Before it becomes an official complaint in the business. So I get this thing on a Saturday morning, right? Actually, I'm driving to go see my brother, funny enough. This was like right at the last days of his life, right? I'm on my way, I'm driving to go see my brother in hospital, and Unati says, man, I've heard this thing, I'll find it and I'm gonna send it to you, right? So she finds it, she sends it to me. I read this thing, and I laugh, you know? I promise you, I cracked up, because I was like, who is this? I don't know this person, you know? Anyway, immediately I call my chairman. At the time it was Jerry Mabena, was an outgoing chairman. And then there was an incoming chairman. So I called both of them, you know. I'm like, gents, I forward this thing to them. I'm like, look at this, you know? And the one chairman says, hey, Maluka, you know, I don't know what is this, you know? The other chairman says, we need to have a meeting, you know? I'm like, oh, okay. Sure, no problem. And then we have a board meeting on a Sunday, right? And, you know, and this was those days of like virtual meetings that are, you know, had begun. So we have this meeting on Sunday. And, you know, in the meeting, I'm still, hey, Doug, I'm so nonchalant about this thing, you know? And the board asks me, what should we do? What do you think should happen? You know? I'm like, well, I mean, we can investigate it, satisfy yourselves. You know what I mean? Like, come on, knock yourself out, you know? But you know when you don't know what you don't know at that stage, and you don't know where things are coming from, and you don't know that your problem is in that meeting already. In fact, one of my friends said to me, he ran a massive cellular business in the country then. And he said to me, Maluka, what is the position of your board on this issue? You know? I said, I'm okay with the board. I mean, you know, we just had a meeting. And he said to me, I don't know what you did and didn't do. And with these things, it doesn't matter what you did and didn't do.
Sure.
It is where you stand with your board. Right? I said, oh, no. Then I'm okay with the board. I know I didn't do these things, and these things can be proven.
And I'm making them a ton of money.
Fine. My man, Kanti, that was the beginning of the storm.
Yeah.
Okay. It got to a stage where I was able to, you know, speak to one of them, and I said, listen, man, what's going on?
Talk to me.
Talk to me, you know. And he said, look, one day we were with you, and then the next day something happened, and then, you know, almost like we were not supposed to be with you anymore. You know?
What a jump set.
No, more like, no, it's liney.
Sure, sure.
and like we have to.
We're done here.
We have to be here. You know, not
How did that make you feel?
betrayed.
Yeah.
You know.
Sure.
I felt betrayed. I felt, I felt cast away after, having given, 12 years of my life to an entity that we grew from zero to multiples.
Yeah.
Right. And connecting with an audience that we had, grown up with from YFM and like, having that opportunity of saying, well, remember when you said this audience ain't worth ish? Well,
Here they are now.
here they are. They got families, they're traveling, they have businesses, they are professionals, and this was always our destiny, right? So we are at that height of this thing, when this thing happens, right? And you think to yourself, like, what did I do? Like, what did I do to you to deserve this, But you realize that, I remember having funny enough, years earlier, an interview with a journalist, and this journalist, your staff at Kai is complaining, or you're always at the Hyatt, and you're never in the office, and always having meetings at the Hyatt. I'm like, oh, okay. And I said, okay, well, let's meet, and I'll come answer your question.
So the seed was being planted already.
Yeah, and listen, you realize if you are, and I'll tell you this line, what this guy says. So, and I say this on purpose, not out of disrespect, but I just need you to understand the context, right? So the journalist sits with me and says to me, I've got these questions. I want you to come and, can I come over? And,
Right.
So we can. I said, no, let's meet at the Hyatt.
Where the supposed problem is.
So I take him to the Hyatt.
Yeah.
And we have this conversation. And after our meeting, okay, this is late 90s.
Okay.
No, I lie. This is 2000s. Sorry, late 2000s.
Right.
This guy says to me,
This is the journalist.
it's a journalist,
Yeah.
as we're walking out, is an Afrikaans gay guy. You should understand that, and say this for context.
Right.
He says to me, you know what, Greg, I would hate to be a black successful man. Sit with that for a second. Because his whole thing was, man, I get a lot of these types of things, with guys who are like really pushing and doing some really cool stuff, right? I was very clear when I arrived at Kai day one that I'm not the black messiah, because I was taking over from Charlene Deacon, who was a white female who had done actually exceptionally well for that business, right? That business was in the red. She brought it to the black, and then it was stuck.
Okay.
Right? And it couldn't move from that point. I get called in, and my mission is move it from the black to the green. Right? My man, I took it to the center of the green. Like, it's one of my proudest achievements with that business. Right? I had, the opportunity of, being like left alone to see things through.
Yeah.
And that is really incredible.
Sure.
When you do so well that majority of my board meetings, you would hear one board member say, can we maybe, Mr. Chairman, can I suggest that we shift the agenda around? Can we start with the discussion on dividends?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, dat was een nieuw.
you know, and let's hear what the team, you know, has done. And always there were dividends,
Sure.
but always,
Yeah.
right? And then, I hope it's a good strategy, right? But no, we're full confidence in Maluka and his team
Yeah.
that they can see this thing through. Thank you, meeting at Chad.
Yeah.
That was my life.
We are late for news, so we're going to break for news.
Cool.
But when we come back, you need to still answer the question, what got you through that fire? Because often the Dada Morero's fire trucks can't deal with some of these fires. But what got you through the fire? It's time for the news at 8 on 938 Fresh Breakfast. It's Famous Fridays, hanging out with Greg Maloka. Coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Cell C. One network, 9 radio stations, hashtag Escape the City, not the signal.
938 News.
Top stories this hour. Tshwane municipality says it needs 58 billion rand to meet its infrastructure demands. And late Pretoria taxi boss Msibi identified as head of criminal network that Big Five cartel operates under.
And top stories from the sports desk. Bafana Bafana head coach Hugo Broos regards assistant Helman Mkhalele as his ideal candidate to replace him at the conclusion of next year's FIFA World Cup. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Steph Curry star for the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Golden State Warriors respectively in overtime victories in the recently reinstated NBA. Details south of the hour.
Good morning. I'm Trudy Teledi. The city of Tshwane says it needs 58 billion rand to meet its infrastructure demands, warning that at its current rate of investment, it could take 34 years to reach that goal. Mayor Nasipi Moya says the capital's aging infrastructure and vandalism are the main causes behind frequent water outages. The city's growing population is also placing increased pressure on its already strained systems. Tshwane has pledged to reduce its reliance on costly water tankers by investing more in long-term infrastructure upgrades. And the late Pretoria taxi boss, Jothan Mswazi Msibi, has been identified as the head of the powerful criminal network known as the Firm, under which the Big Five cartel allegedly operates. This was revealed by a member of organized crime testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry on Thursday. Msibi, who died in January 2024, was described as the president of the Firm, with members of the Big Five acting as his executive. The witness further claimed that the syndicate wielded significant influence over Gauteng's criminal justice system. And in your world news, former U.S. President Donald Trump says he is ending all trade negotiations with Canada after a television ad opposing U.S. tariffs sparked outrage in Washington. Trump accused Canada of appalling behavior and claimed the ad fraudulently used former President Ronald Reagan's image to influence American court decisions. The Ronald Reagan Foundation has confirmed that Ontario's government used unedited Reagan's 1987 trade address without permission and is now considering legal action. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's office has not yet responded as tensions rise ahead of upcoming trade talks and regional summits. And in your markets, the rand is trading at 17 rand 34 to the US dollar, 23 rand 9 cents to the pound sterling, and 20 rand 13 to the euro. Gold is selling at $4,106.73 a fine ounce, and Brent crude oil is trading at $65.77 per barrel. It's a sunny day in Gauteng with warm to hot conditions expected in Johannesburg and throughout the province, and temperatures will reach a high of 29 in Midrand, 28 in Johannesburg, and 31 in Pretoria. Recapping your top stories this hour, Tshwane municipality says it needs 58 billion rand to meet its infrastructure demands. That's all the news I have for you at this hour. For 938 News, I'm Trudy Teledi.
938 News.
5 minutes after 8, this is 938 Fresh Breakfast on Famous Fridays. We're hanging out with the radio man Greg Maloka. We are live at the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Cell C, one network, 9 radio stations across the country. Hashtag Escape the City and not the signal. We have a message here from Greg Maloka's older sister. She said she's not going to send me a voice note, so she typed everything. So Does that sound like me?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, I'm not sending you a voice note. So she typed you a message, so I will read it for you, in my voice, not hers though. I just want you to know how deeply grateful I am for you. You've been my constant, the one I can count on no matter what. Through every challenge, your strength and calm have lifted me, even when you didn't realize it. Thank you for always showing up, for listening, for caring, and for being the kind of brother who loves without needing recognition. You have such a good heart, and I see the effort you put into everything, even when things feel heavy. Please don't ever doubt how strong you are and how much you matter. You've overcome so much already, and I truly believe the best is still ahead of you. Keep holding on to your dreams, keep believing in yourself, and remember, you are never alone in this journey. And you are always cherished, and so much love for you, Malome. I love you, bro. You know they all would call you Griza. I mean the angels that are always watching us. Love you, Malome. This is from your sister. She asked us to play you Naji. So here is a song for you from Meki.
The Fresh Breakfast. This is 938.
On 938, this is, I believe, no, it's not. Geez, someone is watching over you, featuring BB Winans. 938 Fresh Breakfast, coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City. We're hanging out with our good friends at Cell C. Hashtag Escape the City, not the Signal. 9 radio stations across the country coming to you live, courtesy of hashtag Cell C. Greg Maloka is our guest. It's 938 Famous Fridays. So your sister asked for that Naji song. Tell us about Naji. and how it's beautiful to hear it on primetime radio.
I mean,
and not on a Sunday, because that's who we are.
So we grow up in this house that's like full of music.
Yes.
Right. My dad was a huge collector of jazz and soul records. So, you know, how we discover the world, because, you know, we lived in apartheid South Africa where you couldn't travel, right? And so how we discover the world through music and books, you know. And Najee was, you know, one of those artists who like transported us to places.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, together with Bibi is I mean, I should get Louis to remix this record.
I think we should do that.
I think we should talk to Louis and, you know, and do a remix of this record. But yeah, man, you know, there are those like standout moments, you know, of songs, and this was one of the songs that she loved for us, unbeknown to us. You know, because the message was that deep, you know, that like you're not alone.
Yeah.
You know, there's always somebody watching. And she was always that person. And in fact, your question earlier, Fresh, what got me through the mess, was a couple of humans, right?
In fact, could this human possibly be one of them?
Good morning, team. I'm Brenda Magubane, and I'm Greg's partner. And I'd just like to encapsulate who Greg is through this John Lewis quote. Would you go from wherever you are and find yourself good and necessary, stirring up chaotic love for the sake of the flourishing of our world? This is what Greg Maluka does daily. A great and intuitive partner, a stunning dad who gives his best, a collaborator, a man comfortable in his vulnerability, a king, a conqueror. We love you, Griza. You've taught us grit.
I love you too, Prince.
Is that one of the humans that got you through the fire?
That was a main human.
And dusted the suit off you.
You know, it is very easy to forget that she was in that fire with me.
She was dragged into the fire with you.
Right. And, you know, to many, you know, it's you know, almost like, oh no, but this is what your problem is.
Yeah.
You know? And, you know, because you're a name, people will remember yours. But her pain was just as deep, you know. And the attacks on her were just as ferocious, you know. But man, we held on to each other, you know. And we held on to each other because we understood what we were to each other and what we want to be to our children, in spite of, you know, people thinking, oh, but you're a bad example to your children, you know. And on the contrary, we probably the best example to them, because our children will learn that in life, there will be times where you thought this was it, and it wasn't.
How did you guys make sense of what's happening to each other?
That's a great question, you know. Because we saw each other and felt and still feel as one human, so we were dealing with a singular challenge, which meant that we gave each other chances and moments.
Okay, yeah.
You know, today I'm at 20%. Okay, we're dealing with your 20%. You know, the next day she's on 10%. I have to bring 90% into the thing. This relationship for me has been the greatest lesson in, being with a level-headed adult. A human that, is very clear about, what to be and how to be a partner.
Yeah.
I have never in my life been with somebody who, strives to understand you at your very core. Somebody who understands the role they need to play in your life for you to flourish. You've always had people that say, "Oh, I was there," but what were you doing?
Yeah.
There's a thing about presence and nothingness that people
Were you
revere.
watching me burn?
You know what I mean?
Pouring petrol? Were you pouring
What were
water?
you doing?
We were all there.
Right? Everybody was there. Do you know what I mean? But there's people that are there and they're not just present, but they understand how to feed your spirit.
Yeah.
Right? And they do it so effortlessly, it's not funny. And it's not a debt. I see skolot. I see.
It's duty.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have never felt commitment at this level, in my life. I just, and I was lucky that she was chosen for me to go through that fire, right? Had she not been there, the outcome would be a little different.
We'd not be sitting here probably.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, this is the person, who constantly said to me, "Hey, man, do you know who you are?
Yeah.
Like look in that mirror, Jack. Like, can you try and remember? And I would look in that mirror, and I'd see a 13-year-old version of me. That's how you know the person you're with is real. I wasn't seeing my current version.
Sure.
Or a version of freshly oskido.
You were seeing the dreamer.
Go arena. You know what I mean?
They look further.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I was seeing where my innocence emanated from.
Sure.
And I could reach out and touch it and bring it close to me and reinvigorate my spirit.
Sure.
So she's one of those main people that did that for me. My sister, man, there's people talk about a pillar. Sister, I think the pillar looks at her and says, "Hey, we're no pillar.
Yeah.
Pillar, kwe.
Kupa mentor.
Kupa mentor."
Yeah.
She took the harder blows, right? And she protects me all the time. To this day, sister, so like they passed away.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I got you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
On our behalf, we'll do. My man, she does all the things for me. My sister's one of those people, but I was also lucky to have a guy like Uskido in my space, who will say, "Hey, Charlie, ukrent, pela uspani ndota, unekrosa." I'm like, my man, may I want to know if the kids are eating?
Yeah.
Fresh was, my man, these are my constants.
Yeah.
Right. When my brother died, Fresh was one of the first people at my house, and throughout all of those, situations, he was there, and the question was always, "Ratseba hore ha o kren?" So don't lie to us, right? So tell us what we need to deal with whilst you are dealing with these things, right?
Where can we step in?
And I mean, at some stage, Fresh and I were going through our own furnaces together, right?
We're comparing flames.
We were comparing flames.
My flame is hotter than yours. We're typical men. Show me you. It's like, hey, Chris, today is a blue flame. Keep on Bunsen burner today. Let me tell you why we laugh about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes the tears are finished, so laugh.
Yeah. No.
It's not even that it's funny. It's just that you need to find a new emotion because you've used up these other emotions.
But it's also because it's you too.
Oh, it's also yeah.
But also because we know who we are.
Yeah, you do.
Right. And we understand the amount of kind of love and hate that you generate, unbeknownst to you,
Sure.
And you've got to deal with some of these things. Why? So that, I mean, Nati was another person, Black Coffee,
And Nati's that dude, eh?
My man.
Nati will come in like unexpectedly. What do you need? Are you okay? Are the kids fine? Do they have food?
Yeah.
Nati's that guy.
Like, and I mean, at that time, my oldest son was in Spain, right? And, he was there in school playing football. And, Nati was that guy who'd be like, I'm playing, I'll check on this guy.
Wow.
Is everything cool? You're like, what do you need? You'll be like, hey, Donna, you got to shot that guy that, like, last quarter, what. Don't worry, I got you. So I had built, a solid foundation of friends. Who showed up for me, like, constantly, all the time. Tabang was one of those guys. There's plenty. There's a good few guys. Who understood how to show up for me.
Yeah.
And say to me, we know you, we understand you, we got you.
It's your tribe.
That's my tribe, dog.
I call them my tribe.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm forever grateful for those guys.
Hanging out with Greg Maluka, it is 938 Famous Fridays. We are live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Cell C, one network, 9 radio stations. I think we need to, we're going to be chatting to someone from Cell C, right? Can we actually call them now so that, are we on the line already? We are about to have a chat with Oyisa Besman, Managing Executive for Brand Marketing at Cell C. Don't forget, we are part of an incredible South African radio history project with the first ever simultaneous outside broadcast across 9 radio stations in diverse locations nationwide. And all of this is thanks to Cell C, encouraging every single one of you to explore freely this festive season, knowing that you'll stay connected wherever you go. We are at the iconic Sun City because our plan as a radio station is to be equally as iconic. Hashtag escape the city and not the signal. Oyisa, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Fish. Thank you, and good morning to your listeners.
I hope we didn't butcher your surname. I hope we didn't butcher your surname. I hope we didn't butcher your surname.
No, you did not. It's one of those that can be confusing, but it's Bestman. It's that simple.
Now, a lot of people worry about signal when they travel. How is Cell C's coverage in remote areas, and why have you spread us across the country? As in the 9 radio stations you're working with this morning.
Yeah, we wanted to showcase the strength of our students today. This is why we undertook to do this broadcast with Monday. Southsea has been recognized by a global agency for the best streaming and gaming experience. And recently we got an award as the joint #1 for network reliability. So for us, we really wanted to share with South Africans that whether you want to call your family stream, your favorite playlist, Southsea is here and we have got you covered.
What does award-winning reliability actually mean for your everyday Cell-C customer?
It means that when you need your phone to work and you need to make that call, whether it's in a joyous moment or in a moment of it works. And so for us, that's an important thing in terms of what to provide. As well as the other day-to-day things that you want. You are in some city. If I needed to navigate the location, you want to get to your destination, you need your network to help you get there. And so for us, that's the demonstration that we wanted to show, that as a network that's reliable, these are the moments that we're able to create.
Now, if someone wants to experience this Cell-C coverage for themselves, how can they try it or see for themselves, if you will?
Well, they can switch to C, and we've got two products that we've out in the market. The first one is our 5 gigs plus 60 minutes for free space. And really we're inviting South Africans to try our network, and it's on us. And they can get to experience our coverage, and they can make the decision to switch to Cell-C. And for our customers that are on postpaid, they can go to our stores. We've got a 10 gig SIM-only offer for them as well. So really inviting South Africans to try Cell-C and judge us for themselves in terms of the experience that they're able to get.
Now, we are at the Palace of the Lost City. Where on earth are you this morning?
I'm in Johannesburg recovering from a flu, so I would have loved to have been with you guys in Sun City. But again, this broadcast really, as a first of its kind, showcases that wherever we are in the country, we are able to connect and create these conversations. We are not restricted from a technology perspective, and that's the access that we want to provide to our customers.
Now, Oyisa, before we let you go, any final thoughts for our listeners?
Thanks, Krish. So what we are wanting to invite South Africans is that we definitely are your travel companion for this festive season. So for us at Cell-C, we want to keep you connected, close to your loved ones, and make sure that you can share your incredible moments. So for us, it's really about inviting South Africans that are not on Cell-C to join us and switch to C for themselves.
Great stuff. Hanging out with Oyisa Bestman, Managing Executive for Brand Marketing at Cell-C. Oyisa, thank you very much, and we'll have all the fun for you out at the Valley of the Waves later today. Thank you, Oyisa.
Thanks, Fresh.
938 Fresh Breakfast live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City. We're hanging out with Cell-C, one network, 9 radio stations across the country. Hashtag escape the city, not the signal. It's 8:30. Straight after this, we're going to go straight to the 938 Daily Mix. Greg Maluka joins us again at 9.
938 News.
Tshwane Municipality says it needs 58 billion rand to meet its infrastructure demands, and late Pretoria taxi boss Msibi identified as head of criminal network that the Big Five cartel operates under. I'll have more of these and other stories at the top of the hour.
Aiden Markram scored 42 as the Proteas defeated Pakistan by 8 wickets on day 4 to level the two-match test series 1-1 at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Simon Harmer was the MVP with his spin bowling, claiming 6 from 50, including his 1,000th first-class wicket as the visitors bowled out Pakistan for 138. In continuation of the victorious momentum, Donovan Ferreira will now captain the Proteas ahead of their 3-match T20 series against their opponents, with uncapped Tony Dezorzi named in the team. David Miller and Gerald Coetzee have been ruled out due to injury, with Otniel Bartman brought in as Coetzee's replacement in the ODI side. Bafana Bafana head coach Hugo Broos says that his assistant Helman Mkhalele could be the ideal candidate to succeed him when his time with the national team comes to an end. Speaking during a media roundtable with sports editors and senior journalists at Safa House yesterday morning, Broos said appointing Mkhalele would ensure continuity given the solid working relationship they've built over the past 4 years. Since Broos arrived in 2021, the pair's partnership has delivered an AFCON bronze medal and guaranteed participation in next year's FIFA World Cup. The Belgian manager's 5-year contract with Bafana Bafana will expire at the conclusion of next year's World Showpiece tournament. Orlando Pirates have it all to do to overturn a 3-0 deficit in the CAF Champions League. They take on St. Eloi Lupopo in their second round preliminary tie. Mamelodi Sundowns have already safely secured qualification to the next round with a 5-1 aggregate score against Remo Stars ahead of their second leg fixture this weekend. Leeds United get match day 9 of the Premier League underway tonight when they take on West Ham United. Tomorrow's action sees Chelsea take on Sunderland, Newcastle United cross swords with Fulham, Manchester United welcome Brighton and Hove Albion to Old Trafford, while defending English champions Liverpool take on Brentford. Sunday's action sees tabletoppers Arsenal take on Crystal Palace, Aston Villa entertain Manchester City, while Everton host Tottenham Hotspur. Ruan Nortje will captain the Vodacom Bulls as they take on the Glasgow Warriors later this evening, with Gerard Steenkamp back in the team. Other fixtures see the Lions take on Ulster, Sharks take on the Scarlets, and the Stormers travel to take on Benetton Rugby. MotoGP champion Marc Marquez will miss the remainder of the season to focus on his recovery from collarbone injury. And in the NBA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 55 points saw reigning champions Oklahoma City Thunder beat the Indiana Pacers 141 to 135 in overtime. Steph Curry scored 42 points to guide the Golden State Warriors to a 137-131 overtime victory over the Denver Nuggets. We'll park it there for now. One more sports update to come from the Sports Desk in an hour's time.
What you need to do to come back stronger is focus, strength, and motivation. Fight Club SA is the new leader in fitness and health. Whether you're a beginner, lightweight, or amateur, we offer box fit group classes, one-on-one sessions, or a combination of the two. We have 10 classes a day from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. at 12 clubs across Johannesburg and Pretoria. Ready for combat? Sign up for our extremely affordable price plans on our website at www.fightclubsa.co.za.
Coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Celsi. This is 938 Fresh Breakfast, one network, 9 radio stations. We're going to jump straight into the 938 Daily Mix. Today I am paying homage. Homage, I say homage.
Correct.
Again? Is it homage?
Correct.
Okay, so DJs at work, Vinny and Christos. They've been my DJ heroes since I was 19 years old. So I figured today, let me actually big them up and do a strictly DJs at work mix.
Can't wait.
Vinny, Christos, I love you boys. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for showing me grace when I was an annoying, pimply 19-year-old. And the fact that you're still in my life for me is more than I could have asked for. So DJs at Work tribute on 938.
The Daily Mix. This is 938.
Sure.
938 Daily Mix coming to you live from Sun City. We are at the Palace of the Lost City. Shout out to Cell C for this incredible initiative. One network, 9 radio stations across the country. Hashtag Escape the City, not the signal. There was a DJs at Work tribute mix simply because I've been a fan of Vinny and Christos's since 1993 and 94. I met Christos in 93, Vinny in 94. I've been a fan since. And now I have them on speed dial. In fact, both myself and Maloka, Greg, who's our famous Fridays guest, started off as fans with these Balis. Now get Rotman.
Sometimes give a fan.
In fact, memories of Vinny and Chris in terms of your career and what they've done for this industry in less than a minute.
I remember seeing Vinny's name written in gold on a huge poster.
Yeah.
Vinny Da Vinci, and thinking, man, I've heard about this guy. I don't have money to go watch and hear and listen and be around him, and then you would see another poster, Vinny Christos Oskido. I mean, for the longest time it was just those 3 names.
Yeah.
And then you see like Kanyani, but like Vinny for me was always fascinating. And when I heard him play, I had booked him.
Sure.
In fact, for that gig, Oskido, in Bezo 95.
Yes.
And I listened to him play, and I'm like, this man really knows how to play.
Sure.
Fast forward, YFM, he's at House Africa. That's where we're collecting our... In fact, a lot of people don't know, but a good 40% of YFM's playlist was Vinny Da Vinci.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every week he'd deliver a bag of records that Leo, Manne, and Greg would listen to, load onto the system.
Correct.
And Bob was your uncle. More stories, anecdotes, and celebrations of the man, the myth, the legend, Greg Maloka, radio man. Many would argue he is radio and will continue to be radio for a very, very long time. Time for the news on 938.
938 News.
Top stories this hour. Gauteng ANC looks to persuade opposition parties to keep Lesotho as premier after the DA files a no-confidence motion. And Cape Town police are on the hunt for 4 men who escaped custody at Wynberg Court.
And top stories from the sports desk. Ruan Norkia captains the Vodacom Bulls as they take on the Glasgow Warriors in the United Rugby Championship tonight. And Bafana Bafana coach Hugo Bruce earmarks assistant Helman Mkalele as his ideal candidate to replace him at the conclusion of next year's FIFA World Cup. Details south of the hour.
Good morning, I'm Trudy Teledi. The Gauteng ANC is trying to persuade opposition parties to keep Panyaza Lesotho as premier after the DA filed a motion of no confidence against him. The Democratic Alliance's move follows a public protector report ruling Gauteng's crime prevention wardens illegal. The ANC-led coalition holds only 32 of the 80 seats, meaning they need at least 9 opposition votes to secure Lesotho's position. DA leader Solim Simanga says negotiations with other parties will start soon, and he could step in as premier if Lesotho is removed. And police are searching for 4 men who escaped custody at the Wynberg Magistrate Court. They were part of a 6-man group, with 2 of the escapees already arrested. Authorities are investigating how the men got out and are not ruling out the possibility of an inside job. DA's Nicholas Khotzel has criticized the justice system for a weak inmate tracking measures, calling the escape highly suspicious. And in your world news, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky heads to London today, where British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will urge Europe to supply more long-range missiles to support Kyiv's fight against Russia. The appeal comes after Zelensky failed to secure Tomahawk missiles during a recent U.S. visit, despite ongoing Russian attacks on Ukraine's energy grid. EU leaders have also agreed to fund Ukraine's defense for the next 2 years, while a proposal for a major reparations loan from frozen Russian assets remains under discussion. Starmer will announce the acceleration of missile production, including over 5,000 air defense missiles and 140 lightweight weapons for Ukraine this winter. And in your markets, the rand is trading at 17 rand 31 to the US dollar, 23 rand 8 cents to the pound sterling, and 20 rand 10 cents to the euro. Gold is selling at $4,094.44 a fine ounce, and Brent crude oil is trading at $65.64 per barrel. It's a warm, sunny day in Gauteng with hot conditions expected in Johannesburg and throughout the province. Temperatures will reach a high of 29 in Midrand, 28 in Johannesburg, and 31 in Pretoria. Recapping your top stories this hour, Gauteng ANC looks to persuade opposition parties to keep Lesofia as premier after the DA files a no-confidence motion. That's all the news I have for you at this hour. For 938 News, I'm Trudy Teledi.
938 News.
6 minutes after 9, good morning. Welcome to the final hour of 938 Fresh Breakfast, live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Cell C, one network, 9 radio stations. Hashtags escape the city, not the signal. Hashtag nothing should stop you. Hashtag Cell C. We're hanging out with Greg Maloka. It is 938 Famous Fridays. We have 2 back-to-back voice notes for you, Griza, so listen very carefully.
Griza, Maestro, Greg, Gregory, whatever you call him, I am honored and I'm proud to call him Dad and call him Father. One of the memories that I'm fond of, that I think about here and there, is like how small I used to be and just, you know, my dad would literally be minding his own business on the couch and I'd come and lay on his belly and tell him, Daddy, you're hungry, just from the sounds of listening. And that's the beautiful thing about my father, is that he's taught me how to listen. He's taught me how to open my ear, open my eyes, open my heart, open my mind, and never close myself off to anything. Through every difficult time, through every tribulation, through every trial that we've gone through as a unit, you know, something that my father's always represented as somebody that stands out on top no matter the odds. I'm proud today to stand in front of the whole world and say that Greg Maloka is my father, and I love him so dearly because he understands me, and no matter what, no matter how long it took, you know, he's always listened to me. He's always listened to my heart, no matter what. So Dad, thank you for listening to me and always knowing what my heart wants, and for always pointing me in the right direction. You truly are an amazing role model and a superhero. I love you to death.
That's your boy, Khosi.
Of the family.
Okay, so let's talk about raising Malik versus raising Khosi.
Yeah.
Because my argument is every child that we birth meets a different version of you from the previous child.
Yeah.
So when you had Malik, you were a different man to when you had Khosi.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that evolution and how you might or might not have fathered Khosi differently to Malik, because of the person you'd become in the process.
You know, I'd say Khosi had it hardest. You know, Malik was you know, he landed soft. You know, things were what was Julius's word? Cruising.
Yeah, you were cruising.
Yeah, cruising nicely.
There was no
I was cruising nicely. You know, and when Khosi came, you know, the first couple of years were incredible. I had a you know, a bit of experience.
Yes.
You know,
it's not your first rodeo.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and now I understand. You know, the mini me or the Juan.
Sure.
And he was like, he was a proper mini me.
Yeah.
You know, and unfortunately it was around the time when his mom and I were like going through a very difficult time. And you know, and that creates gaps, right?
Yeah.
And so we had this gap, you know, in like very early on, you know. And I always remember Mama's words. Mama said, "Listen, always be present for the children," you know.
Yeah.
And I was that guy who was like, "Yeah, like, you know, like, I'm gonna take my kids and I'm gonna go." And Mom would always say, "No, you don't do that. You don't take away children from their mother. What's wrong
Sure.
with you?"
Yeah.
And I'd be like,
Yeah.
"But whose side are you on?" I'm on the side of the children.
Yeah.
You know. So it was, you know, that was like kind of like the first kind of, you know, time in my life where I had to learn how to love and nurture without being always present.
Ah, yes.
You know, and in his teens, and they went to boarding school at some point. He and his brother. You know, so like, you know, early teens into kind of late-ish teens was a bit of turmoil, right? Because we were trying to find each other again.
Yes.
You know, and I mean, you know, we used to have, you know, long phone calls. I mean, you know, Brenda would counsel me after every phone call.
Yeah.
You know, that I would take from him. You know, and then. At some point, I think just God heard both of us.
Okay.
You know, and you know there was that moment where we reached out, and you know almost like in unison grabbed each other. You know, and I had my little Josi back. You know.
Ah, yes.
And man, he's grown up to be a stand-up dude. You know. He's got a very pure heart.
Sure.
You know, he's a stand-up guy. You know, he's really, you know, I mean, like his brother. His brother is an, you know, Malik is like really, you know, awesome in his ways, but he's also like a rebel.
Okay.
And is. And he's going to be upset because of I will say this, but he's the spoilt one.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
But this one, you know, this one will check on you. He's that guy.
Sure.
You know. He's that guy who, you know, we taught each other. I mean, all of us, you know, all of us express our love to each other without a doubt. You know, but Khosi does it better than any of us, of all of us in the family, right? Sometimes I feel like he's the adult.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, man.
We are coming to you live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Cell C, one network, 9 radio stations across the length and the breadth of Mzansi. It's 14 minutes after 9. We're going to take a music break. And then when we come back, we're going to be chatting to Brett Hope, General Manager at Sun City.
938 Fresh Breakfast.
forever. Our guest on 938 Famous Fridays is Greg Maloka, and that song was selected by his partner Brenda because he believes when he falls in love, it'll be forever. Forever, ever? Ever, ever? Exactly. That's exactly the first thing she asked. Forever, ever? And then he's like, yes. So it's a promise you must keep for the rest of your life, my dude. Even if you die, you must come back with love. You must be the love ghost. What's up? Ho, ho, ho. I said forever. Oh, man. Oh, man, so spooky. We are broadcasting live from Sun City. We're at the Palace of the Lost City, hanging out with Cell C, One Network, 9 radio stations. Our guest right now on our 938 Business Jumpstart is Brett Hoppy, General Manager of Sun City. Brett, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Geez, what a privilege to have you here. It was a long journey we've walked with you, and it's so amazing to be here today and to have you in the station with us.
Thank you for joining us, sir.
Absolute pleasure.
I need to share a quick memory. 1983, my dad had business in Rustenburg. And we did business with my dad. I went everywhere with him. At the time, I think I was 11. And then he said, we're taking a drive. And we drove here. The Cascades had just opened in 1983. And we had lunch by the poolside. I've been coming to Sun City at least once a year since 1983. The Cascades has never dropped its standard. What on earth is that, sir?
No, I mean, it's just an amazing journey and a tribute to the team, you know, and you look at where the team is today. Going back many, many years ago, in particular with the Palace, something that's always irked me, there was a statement made in a previous era that there would never be a South African general manager of the Palace. We would always have to have an international manager.
Oh, yes.
And this really got under my skin. And if you look at my executive today, we are truly South African. And, you know, the standards you see today versus the standards that were then, including the Palace, are all driven by our local talent.
Yes.
And it's been a journey. I mean, it's amazing to see where we are.
In fact, Sun City has a rich legacy when it comes to South Africa's tourism story. How do you guys keep it fresh and relevant and a destination for families, for corporates, for conferencing the way you guys have done for so long?
Yeah, I think, you know, the most important thing is what you point out is keeping it cutting edge, keeping it fresh, making sure we've always got cutting edge brands and the continuous evolution. And in that evolution is learning what the market desires. I think if you go across South Africa, you know, Sun City is such an incredible story. And I always joke with the politicians, I always say, you know, Sun City is a national tourism key point. And it is.
Yes.
You know, every single person has a legacy memory of Sun City of some form or sort. You know, it might have been the first concert they came to, the first event they attended, you know, mischief they got up to in the Valley of the Waves or whatever it might be. But it really is iconic. And, you know, I think being the resort general manager of this property is a custodianship. It's not just a job. We're responsible for the livelihoods of 5,500 people. If we don't keep this property fresh and cutting edge and continuously evolving, you know, jobs suffer. And coming out of COVID was an immense challenge. You know, we do a lot of meetings with our staff and say, you know, come, let's sit down and understand where we're at. And I said to the personnel at that time, obviously everyone had taken pay cuts. It was just, we'd been closed for 157 days in the first lockdown, completely closed. And I said to everybody, our task at hand is not only to deliver, you know, this resort, but it's to deliver world-class service, because there's a greater objective. The greater objective is to get back to job positive. And you know this area, you know, you've seen it, it's a tough area to be in. The Northwest employment stats are not great. We've got more unemployed individuals in the Northwest than we have employed. So it's a huge responsibility. But again, finding cutting edge brands, finding key partnerships like this one, it's incredible to see the station, and I wish you well, and I hope the station evolves to immense things. You know, I've followed your journey with interest over years, and we've done a lot of things. If you recall back at a point in time, we did a lot of voiceover work with you with Sun International, so it's really exciting to see this evolution. But I think, you know, at the back of our minds always at Sun City is those 5,500 people. If we fail, they fail, and, you know, we fall into this trap of unemployment. So, and again, you know, we've had incredible successes. We're back at job positive. The international markets haven't fully recovered yet. And we were looking at some statistics the other day. If you look at Tanzania, for example, and Kenya, I think the one is sitting at 128% of 2019 and the other at 138%. We're still sitting at 92% of 2019. And that recovery has largely been driven in the Western Cape. They were very smart in their marketing efforts. You know, all the air that returned, or all the airlift that returned post-COVID came into the Western Cape. And slowly Gauteng has followed, and slowly we're starting to build. But there's also been immense change, and I'm very positive about, you know, you look at the change in visa regime. One of our biggest restrictions at this point in time has been the ease of international customers getting visas to South Africa, in particular the Chinese and the Indian markets. And we saw a very exciting pilot the other day. It's actually been piloted for the G20 and 4 markets of the new e-visa system. And this is not pie in the sky stuff. We saw a live demo. So when those things change, demand changes, airlift follows. And of course, tourism is such an important contributor to the overall economy of South Africa. These type of aspects are key to growth. And behind that growth is job creation. And that's, you know, really where we're trying to drive into, and my entire team is just focused on that aspect.
Brett, it's such a massive piece of land to have Sun City on. What's your typical day like? Where do you start?
You know, I always say to people, so the first thing I say to everybody is, you know, Sun City is not a job. Okay. It really is a passion and a calling, in particular because of the responsibility to the people. I'm responsible to all. So the first thing I do, you know, my day typically starts as I pick up my phone, I look at the security reports from last night. That's if I haven't got woken up from last night with a security incident. And then I look at our casino results, which are, you know, text me on the first thing in the morning. And if that's all clear, then I jump on my scooter and I roam around the resort on a scooter. And the reason I do that is mobility. You know, you've seen how big the resort is. And of course, I also like to be a bit unpredictable to my management team. Where's Brett going to pop up next? Sometimes I think they got a tracker on me because wherever I pop up.
So Brett is like whack-a-mole. You don't know what's going to appear.
Absolutely. But I think the key to that is, you know, attention to detail, making sure that the resort is in pristine condition. And then, of course, I get into the office and, you know, that is a typical, as much as I don't want it to be, because I always say to my entire team, if we could lock all the offices, our passion is to be out there with our customers on the floor all the time. But unfortunately, you know, with financial responsibilities and these type of things, one has to be in the office to some extent. But, and then the other thing with Sun City is you never know what any day is going to hold. And this is the 3rd time I've been back to Sun City, and you know, just when you think you've seen it all, you know, that phone rings, typically my security manager or one of my gaming managers or one of the hotel managers, you know, and your jaw almost hits the floor because it's some odd and bizarre incident or some odd and bizarre engineering failure. And of course, those are the exciting parts. It keeps it's a crazy place on a daily basis, but super exciting.
It's 26 minutes after 9, live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Celsi. This is 938 Business Jumpstart. We're hanging out with Brett Hoppy, General Manager of Sun City. Festive season is around the corner. What can people expect from this beautiful property of yours?
Well, I think, you know, the first part is we have worked very hard this year to create a continuous stream of events. You know, so for example, and this weekend being one of them, we have our Kasi Ride, which is an aid of mental health awareness. And I challenged my team last year to say, well, we did 3,500, so they said, well, what do you want to do next year? I said, jokingly said 7,500, and they took me seriously. We had to close out entries a month and a half ago. But I think is to create those items in programs that create legacy memories that we all had. You know, there's a new generation coming through. How do we remain relevant in terms of entertainment, etc.? And those are the things that we're continuously doing through season in the Valley of Waves, having cool broadcasts, having cool entertainers all the time, having continuous happenings on the resort. So it remains that vibrant place that we've all come to expect it to be. And then, of course, having some key headline items along the way.
Absolutely. Now, you as Sun City are very passionate about your local community, the immediate community. And how are you guys implementing green initiatives across the resort and also making sure that nobody in the community is left behind?
Well, I think, you know, this is such a key aspect to everything that we do. We've changed So I learned a lot of lessons when we were in the Eastern Cape, and when you talk about typical CSR models and CSR business models, generally we found them to be quite flawed. And what we've done at Sun City is I've changed the modeling methodology. So any RFP that we publish requires a 30% local participation at the outset. But what we've then done with that is we've created an evolutionary model. So as KP, because what we found is that if you just grant a CSR contract, typically what happens is the people complete the term of the contract, or the company completes the term of the contract, and then haven't had the ability to expand themselves, and consequently contract termination, and then that business kind of falls over. So we said we've got to look at this a bit differently. So we've created this evolving model. It starts at 30%, and as KPIs are met through the way, the participation percentage increases. So for example, one of our single largest contracts started at 30-70. If it goes to its full 5-year term, it'll end at 90-10. And then, we've created a truly upstanding business that can stand on its own right. And I think importantly with this model, it's almost a tripartite type model where we can still have oversight. So as the company evolves, and if the major company is not transferring skills, then we can intervene. So it keeps us kind of independent and ensuring that the KPIs as they evolve are met on both sides. And it's a model that's really worked for us. It's a model that we apply to all our service contracts. And then, of course, I think the other big part, and many corporate organizations hide behind this, where you say procurement, and you have all these procurement practices and policies. And my challenge to the team is not how we can't, it's how we can. How do we enable SMME participation in all our projects?
Yes.
And it has to be driven. It's not something that's going to organically happen. You see many failings in this regard. It's something that's got to be driven out of passion and understanding the importance of everybody around us and the reliance of the local economy to a large extent on Sun City. And that goes to procurement of services, procurement of goods, skills. And, if one's very honest, Sun City is now 40 years old. We're not where we should be. I should be able to click my fingers and say, right, we have a local company that's going to execute whatever it may be it cabinetry, be it, any manner of service. So it's something we've really, really driven hard. And I think to great success, it's always a challenge at Sun City because we have 3 communities around us, our direct 3 communities, Ledach, Makwasi and Chaneng, all of whom regard themselves as primary. So to balance our interests sometimes is quite a challenge, but it's something we're passionate about, and it's something we drive as hard as we possibly can every day. Every time there's a procurement decision, the first question is, how do we enable the local community?
Absolutely. Love, love, love it. Brett, we are out of time, but for those that are keen to maybe come to Sun City over the festive season or even next week, where do we book? Where do you make reservations?
So I think what we've done is we've tried to keep up with technology. So of course on our website at suninternational.com or suncity.com. But I think from a day tripper point of view through Ticket Pro, and we've tried to keep up with technology and make it easy for people and have to carry cash around. So Ticket Pro enables our daily tickets, and our day visitors are able to book through Ticket Pro.
Great stuff. Brett, thank you so much. Thanks for the great work that you do. And also on behalf of the community, thank you for making sure that they're always a part of, if we go one step up, you come with us. I think a lot of business could learn from you guys, so shout out to you. And hopefully some of the mining companies also listening.
I hope so. Thank you.
Brett, we'll see you again soon. I know we'll be back.
Perfect. I want you back. Thank you.
Please make some noise for Brett Hoppy, General Manager at Sun City. It's 9:31. We're going to jump into your news headlines. After that, your sports update. And while we're at it, Sun City are giving away 2-night midweek stay at the Palace for 2 people, bed and breakfast valued at 25,000 Rand, and a Safari Deluxe 5-hour experience valued at 18,000 Rand with Mankwe game trackers. Keep listening. We'll give you more details.
938 News.
Gauteng ANC looks to persuade opposition parties to keep Lusufi as premier after the DA files a no-confidence motion, and the Cape Town police are on the hunt for 4 men who escaped custody at Wynberg Court. I'll have more of these and other stories at the top of the hour.
938 Sports.
Final update from the sports desk on 938 Fresh Breakfast. Aiden Markram scored 42 as the Proteas defeated Pakistan by 8 wickets on day 4 of their second test to level their 2-match series 1 apiece at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Simon Harmer was the MVP with his spin bowling, claiming 6 from 50, including his 1,000th first-class wicket as the visitors bowled out Pakistan for 138. Ahead of the upcoming 3-match T20 series between the two sides, Donovan Pereira will captain the Proteas with uncapped Tony DeZorzi named in the team. David Miller and Gerald Coetzee have been ruled out due to injury, with Othniel Bartman brought in as Coetzee's replacement in the ODI side. Bafana head coach Hugo Bruce says his assistant Helman Mkhalele could be the ideal candidate to succeed him when his time with the national team comes to an end. Speaking during a media roundtable with sports editors and senior journalists at Safa House yesterday morning, Bruce said appointing Mkhalele would ensure continuity given the solid working relationship they've built over the past 4 years. Since Bruce's arrival in 2021, the pair's partnership has delivered an AFCON bronze medal and guaranteed participation in next year's FIFA World Cup. The Belgian manager's 5-year contract with Bafana expires at the conclusion of next year's Showpiece tournament. Orlando Pirates have it all to do to overturn a 3-0 deficit in the CAF preliminary second round tie. They take on St. Eloi Lupopo at the Orlando Stadium. Mamelodi Sundowns in the other fixture have already pretty much guaranteed their progression with a 5-1 aggregate score. They take on Ramo Stars at Loftus Versfeld. Leeds United kick off match day 9 in the Premier League when they take on West Ham United later this evening. Tomorrow's action sees Chelsea take on Sunderland, Newcastle United tackle Fulham, Manchester United welcome Brighton to Old Trafford, while defending English champions Liverpool travel north of London to take on Brentford. Arsenal take on Crystal Palace on Sunday, which will be followed by games between Aston Villa and Manchester City, as well as Everton and Tottenham Hotspur. Switching gears to rugby, Ruan Nortje will captain the Vodacom Bulls as they take on the Glasgow Warriors with Gerard Steenkamp back in the team. Other fixtures see the Lions take on Ulster, the Sharks take on Scarlets, and Benetton Rugby take on the Stormers. MotoGP champion Marc Marquez will miss the remainder of the season to focus on his recovery from collarbone injury. And finally, in the NBA, the recently returned NBA saw Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 55 points see the reigning champions Oklahoma City Thunder to their first victory of the season, beating the Indiana Pacers 141 to 135 in overtime. Steph Curry scored 42 points to guide the Golden State Warriors to a victory of 137 to 131 overtime over the Denver Nuggets. That's it from me from the sports desk for this morning. Tulufelo is at hand during your drive with your sports news. I'm back at it Monday morning. Until then, the name is Kamilisha, the nickname's Game, and that's how it's played.
So today we've officially escaped the city, and guess what? We're still live, still connected, all thanks to Cell C. That is right. We're broadcasting straight from the one and only Sun City at the Palace, the Lost Palace. No traffic, no noise, and the signal never drops. Big up Cell C for keeping us connected, because with Cell C, nothing should stop. Frankie Knuckles on 938 Fresh Breakfast. It's hard sometimes. It's 938 Famous Fridays, hanging out with Radio Man, radio legend, radio builder, radio creator, radio dreamer. Greg Maloka is in the building. We have two voice notes for you, Griza.
You know, I've known Greg Maloka for over 30 years, and when I think about that journey, I can honestly say he's been one of the architects of my brand, Oskido, I believe. From the very beginning, Greg has always been about purpose, about building platforms to give people a voice. He's one of the pioneers who helped shape the sound of South African radio. Remember the early days of Y to Kaya FM, where he built something truly iconic. Greg has always had that gift, turning vision into reality and ideas into movement. And now, as he steps into a new chapter and creating another radio station, I just want to say, my brother, you've done it before, and I know you can do it again. You've inspired so many of us to believe in ourselves, to grow, and to lead with heart. I'm proud of you, my brother. Keep building, Siyaya Pambili. Masiye baba.
Thank you, Oskido. We have another message for you. Oh.
Big Dog, Tato, Game, Trudy, good morning, and good morning to the 938 family. I just want to take a moment to celebrate a giant in our industry, a man who doesn't chase the spotlight and yet somehow creates stars everywhere he goes. The one and only, the musical maestro, Greg Maloka. Greg, you've shaped South African radio in ways most people will never fully understand. From that famous cue outside YFM in 97 to today, there's so many broadcasters, so many voices that South Africans love that carry your fingerprints in their craft. And some of the biggest names in our game passed through your mentorship. You pushed them, you believed in them, and you've always remained humble through it all. The birth of 938 carries your influence, and you've helped us dream bigger. You've helped us build something special, and you've reminded us that radio is about heart, community, and purpose. We love you here at 938, and we appreciate the leadership that you continue to show. And even though you do it quietly and in the shadows. So Greg, and Uncle Greg as we call you, Griza, here's my challenge to you, to keep mentoring people and keep lifting others as you did back in that 97Q at YFM. This industry is better every time you go to someone new. Thank you for everything you've done for us here at 938. We see you and we appreciate you and we celebrate you. God bless you always, my brother. Love you.
Tell us about those two men. Who are those two men?
Man, it's crazy how you have them back to back.
I have to.
You know, the first one is obviously Oskido, and he says, I mean, like he says, we go back 30 years now, and you know, he's I mean, you know when they say you are connected to the hip with a guy, yes, right? I think there's that, you know. And I mean, Oskido must have like 4 hips because, you know, he's connected to Fresh, he's connected to like, you know, a few people.
If I'm having a crisis, if you're having a crisis, if Black Coffee's having a crisis, we all have one place we go. Wow. We go to Oskido.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I often get blown away when he's having a crisis and he picks up the call to me.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm like, hey, man. Yeah. So, you know, that's how you feel. That's how Oskido makes you feel. And I mean, you know, we have achieved some incredible things together. You know, we have, you know, created a lot of, you know, memories for each other, you know, for others. You know, we were lucky to have been in the right place at the right time, doing the right things consistently. You know, where you know, when you get given a chance to care and nurture for people, and you are given the wisdom to do it right, it's such a blessing. It's not funny.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I'm glad that, you know, even though some people might differ, But, I don't think, I was an, a-hole throughout my life. I did my best to, create meaningful relationships. And I love how, years later, people pop up and say, man, you don't remember me, but like you gave me 5 minutes. And let me tell you what the 5 minutes did for me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, did I say that? Did I tell you to do that? And some of these things were really bold. Like, we told people to do things, to be daring.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that we took that chance with a lot of the people that we took a chance with. Claure, that second voice, is our fearless leader here at 938. This is the man whose vision is completely understated. And is very quiet about it.
Yeah.
Like but when you sit, with Signor Tiribabi here, you begin to understand that journey that we started all those years ago is continuing. I see a lot of myself in him. I see a lot of the just the goodness of humans and just wanting to do like really amazing things.
Right.
And for all of us, I mean, all myself, you, Tato, Fresh, Umsta especially, having to kind of say, isn't it just so precious that we started where we started? And it was almost whilst YFM was a commercial vibe, it was a community revolution, right? And we are now having that opportunity of looking after that same revolution at a community level again. It is such an amazing place to come back to, and that was his wish, that was Kutai's, sort of vision when we sat first time, and he said to me, listen, the brand is going through a few challenges, but just you are the only person I can think of that can breathe life into it.
Yeah.
And I know that you've got your compadres and you roll with them, and I hope that some of them can join us on this journey, right? And it was unbelievable to all of us when you start making calls, and you're like, yo nigga, Freshka. You're like, my man, let's go. And we phone Usta's like, Maluka, what are you talking to me about? So to watch all of it come together and for Kutai to kind of breathe that energy back into us.
Yes.
There was a stage where you kind of like, okay, now done with radio. I've moved on. I'm doing other things.
We've done it.
But like TK Kumalo, we call him Charlie. Used to say, he's like, Maluka, radio's in your blood, Charlie. It's a cousin, Charlie. When are you? We're corporate dogs, but you are the radio guy. And Kutai was a reminder of that. So
in fact, speaking of corporate dogs, we have another corporate dog.
Good morning, Tatu Rentatu and Griza. Shubishwanda here, otherwise known as Donna Soprano. I call myself a Griza mentee, and therefore this voice note is twofold. One is to give this man, this giant of ours, Greg Griza, the Maestro Maluka, his well-deserved flowers for the role he's played in shaping South African culture, not just radio, culture as a whole. And secondly, to ask, what is it about you and recognizing and identifying talent and seeing people become the best versions of themselves, whether it being in the arts, in corporate, what's that part of yourself and where do you think that comes from? You've mentored a lot of us, some of us from afar. You've got very serious captains of industry that look at you and look to you as someone who's been a catalyst in their own growth and their own success. So yeah, just wanted to understand that part of him, because I think there's a lot that we can learn from how Griza approaches life and approaches his relationships with human beings. Thank you.
So that was another corporate dog, Shlubi Shibanda.
Shlubi.
A founder of Easy Mobi, former director at Samsung SA. We have another corporate dog.
Get out.
Griza, Itu here, my man. Where do I even begin? I guess I'll start by saying thank you, a heartfelt thank you for the music, for the memories, for helping us believe in the beauty of our dreams, because in you we could see ourselves, in your story we could locate ours. I guess our personal relationship is relatively recent, but if I think back to the impact you've had on a lot of our lives, mine included, and my deepest debt of gratitude to you is in helping what was already an amazing relationship I have with my father find another dimension of depth through the music you introduced me to, through the conversations you helped us have. And so when I think about our first meeting in Brazil and how from that moment onwards, we've shared such incredible memories and such incredible moments over beautiful wine, incredible art, deep literature, and just laughs. And so in this moment, as we recognize who you are and what you have been, I hope if nothing else, you can take a moment to reflect on a generation of youth that has been emboldened in their resolve, in their understanding of what it means to be, in the execution of the vision of what they believe, because you were. Big love, homie. We appreciate you deeply. One.
That was Itu Mirafi, CEO, Investec Private Bank. Before that, we had Shlubi Shibanda, founder of Easy Mobi. A lot of captains of industry look at you as we all grew together. You know, when we were starting at Y25 almost 30 years ago, they were students.
Yeah.
And we've all walked this incredible journey. And for a lot of them, you've become more than just a client or a former client. We have deep relationships now. Let's talk about the importance of forging deep relationships, because you're almost intentional about that.
You know, those two voices in particular are for me a confirmation that when you do right in the moment,
yes,
and your intention is pure, and you stick with it, like, you know, as long as you can, you know, it is amazing what happens years later, right? Shlubi is like an archive, you know, of everything that we've done, right? If you want a book written about any of us, okay, or a documentary done about any of us, Shlubi will tell you how, you know, we were at Club Tilt in Durban in 2004, and Fresh was playing this particular track at this time, and you know, we were standing there with Oshun Lade and DJ Spinner.
Yeah, he's always in the moment,
right? Shlubi is a great example of presence. You know, when you say a guy is present, and a sponge, right? And so he soaks up everything and he keeps it. He's an archive. That man knows a lot about a lot, right? And he remembers things. Itu, on the other hand, is, man, Itu's dad, let me start with his father, right? His father is an incredible guy. You know, this is the man who took his 13, 14-year-old son to our gigs and put him in front of the stage.
Yes.
I'm Sieka this next,
At the electric workshop.
an electric
Itu's
workshop.
dad.
Itu's dad. Okay. I'm Sierra, and I know you love these guys, you love this music, you're such a house head. Blamai, I'll be right at the top there, or I'll be in the car when you're done. Okay? That's where our relationship starts, right?
Sure.
I'm not even aware of him.
Yeah.
At that stage.
Or even concerned sometimes.
I'm like, but didn't want to say Kenny Schwang here. That's why I'm underage work kicking here and there. What's that like? Like, oh, there's a big spin of banner in the back somewhere, right? And years later, you know, we get to meet and we get to talk. And for me, the lesson from Itu, again, was intention, right? He was the clearest, in fact is, and the sharpest thinker I have ever met who could articulate two worlds in ways that most people can't.
Yeah.
You know, you know, this thing out, and then you know what I mean? Like this, Itu is an all-rounder. He's like a 360 guy.
Yeah.
Right.
He's Madiba's dream.
He's Madiba's dream, dog. He's a remarkable professional, right? And he's one of the most incredible people in banking that I've ever met. You know, like I'm proud to say Keotiak.
Yeah.
You know, I know him deeply, you know. He's an amazing dad who does incredible things, you know, for his children, for his family. You know, his kind of impact in the culture now is so profound. Like, all of us are going to wake up down the line and think, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Right? Ever since I met him, he's always told me what his milestones are, and he's reached all of them.
Yeah.
Right? I've never met someone like that. And in fact, the two of them and 4 other guys were the only people when that nonsense, the allegation started. They called me. And you must know that I didn't know them so well then.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I knew Hlubi, you know, to a certain degree, but these other ones, they understand. And they came, right? Sviso, there's another Tumi, Prof, you know, Hlubi, Itumeleng, we all sat down, and they said to me, listen, we're watching these things happening, we're watching all these reports and all this stuff going on. We know you, so we're good. Yeah, don't worry. But we have wives who are asking questions. And we are also kind of growing in the game, and we know this thing will come our way, right? How are we supposed to deal with this? How are you dealing with this?
Yeah.
My man, that was the first sign of care from people I thought I didn't know. But these were like some of the closest people I've had, and I didn't even know it, you know. And so to watch these guys do what they do today, you know, and for me to kind of pick up the phone half the time, Chance, you know how and my man, I don't take it for granted. So your question about how I do it, there's no answer for how I do it. I just reflect the people that I see.
Sure.
And I think I have been blessed with, you know, being thrust in a space with just really amazing human beings. And I think all of us get that opportunity. The difference in us is, do you choose to reflect those people, you know, back at them and like back to the world? Or, you know, do you want to dim that light? Yeah, boy, and just like, you know, try and find your own light. I think what radiates me is the people that I find around me. You know, I mean, if I think about, you know, guys like Jerry Mapena, you know, guys like, you know, Terry Kalafeng, you know, Lebo Mutsonyane. Like, if I think about all these people,
solid gents,
solid human beings, you know, yeah, there's no magic answer as to, you know, why I've done what I've done, other than the fact that, you know, I was taught to love and respect.
Sure.
Done.
We're almost out of time, but we have 2 more voice notes that we can't not play. We're live from the Palace of the Lost City in Sun City with Cell C, One Network, 9 radio stations across the country. Hashtag escape the city and not the signal. 2 more voice notes and then we'll let you go.
93.8 family, it is Nontokozo Matonsela speaking, and I'm wanted to congratulate you on this radio station and this conversational music, entertainment, culture shaping platform you have launched. Greg, I am in awe of your bravery. I always am so excited to see what you touch and what it becomes, because from your history, every touch becomes more expensive, beautiful, and more magnificent. And I know that you care about culture, you care about young people, you care about what we consume. And this is a fantastic platform for you to shape and contribute to our conversations. And I hope that for many generations to come, this radio station will be a proud product from our country and for the continent.
Don't tell.
One last one.
Almost 10 years ago, in fact 10 years ago, Marble moved into the Rosebank area, and it's what a good opportunity to introduce ourselves and our concept to our neighbors. And obviously that's where I met Greg, who was at that time with Kaya, heading up Kaya. It was a relationship that immediately had spark, had an energy. We were talking about applying on this building site that we had, and we were talking about the opportunities and what we did in the next sort of 5, 6, 7 was quite something, and a relationship that is still going, even with Greg moving on. So there's few people like this man, and he has charisma. He's obviously he's passionate about music, and he has a talent. And I'm very privileged to have spent those years introduced to so many people, and literally understanding what an Afropolitan truly is. And
There was Dave Higgs from the Marble Group. So at the Marble Saint, the Pantry,
Zoo, and now Luxurious Marble. Yeah, man, that's a very deep and very solid relationship. With the Marble Group. These are humans that reached out day one, and said, listen, we're part of the street. You guys have started the energy, on the street, and we want to grow with you guys, and and we think, spending time together, we could do some, remarkable things, and we have. I've been very proud of that Marble relationship since 6, 8 years ago, and watching it grow, and being a part of that space and watching it grow has been incredible. Nontokozo on the other end, again, we come far. She was a client. We did some life-changing work together that really saw the places that we worked for achieve some amazing milestones.
Yes.
She's got her own podcast now, Cheers to Failure, which I was a first guest. I was really honored that she had asked me to be her first guest on that show, because it said to me how deep that relationship was.
Yeah.
And just her sheer love and passion for
developing humans is just incredible. I mean, I'm really blown away by all the people that you've had. I don't know, your intel works. I often marvel when I listen to the show and it's other guests, and I'm like, hey, man, these guys are good. I'm not going to tell them, these guys are good. How do I get that? But thank you, man. Like,
thank you,
really, actually, truly, it's really wonderful to be in a position where you mean something to people and to society, and to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you.
Maluka, thank you very much. And
bless you guys.
Like we said to Executive Mayor Dada Morero when we had him on Famous Fridays 2 weeks ago, because he was terrified when he came onto the show, but he left smiling because he said, I got so much love from people that mean the world to me and to whom I mean the world to.
Yeah.
And we told him that Famous Fridays is about that. We're not here to lynch you. We're not here to throw you under a bus. Famous Fridays is about celebrating you and reminding you who the hell you are. Because often not enough people hold a mirror in front of you to remind you who the hell you are.
That's true.
And that's the reason we do this feature on this radio station.
Thank you.
But we told Dada Morero he must come back for the grilling, though. He still owes us a grilling. We must still paste him and put him there on the rotisserie Fontana.
Absolutely.
So he will come back for that. But Famous Fridays is not that platform. Exactly. So Maluka, thank you, my dude, for all that you've done, for all the people that you showed up for, especially your kids. And I'd like to thank your kids for allowing us to have you for as long as they've allowed us. Because every time we spend with you is time they're not spending with you. And those are things we often take for granted.
That's why I dragged my other two girls here today. So
absolutely. So, Luki, we love you, my dude, and thanks for hanging out with us. I want to ask you a question. I know I shouldn't be asking you. You just need to nod. Is it true that the Afropolitans have said you must come back home?
Hey!
Greg has dropped the headphones.
I'm walking away from the set.
They must fight me first. It's not going to happen. We've escaped the city, and yes, we still got the signal, thanks to Cell C. We're broadcasting live from the one and only Sun City for the day. That's right. Nothing is stopping us, not even miles away from the city hustle. Big up to Cell C for keeping us connected, because with Cell C, nothing should stop. If you'd like to win yourself a incredible 2-night midweek stay at the Palace for 2 people, bed and breakfast valued at 25,000 Rand, or a Safari Deluxe 5 hours experience valued at 18,000 Rand with Mankwe game trackers. Answer this simple question and WhatsApp the answer to 071-460-5169, 071-460-5169. Name the golf course at Sun City which hosts the Nedbank Golf Challenge. Name the golf course at Sun City, which hosts the Nedbank Golf Challenge, which is going to be happening the first weekend of December. Answer that simple question on WhatsApp, 071-460-5169, and you could be winning that incredible prize valued at almost 50,000 Rand. Live from the Palace at the Lost City, we are out of here.
We are.
It's been an incredible day, but we're going back to Josie. And I know that Trudy, I know what Miss Essay. That's all.
Oh, but Sala.
No, she wants to go to Miss Essay. She wants to go back to Josie.
Oh, okay.
She wants to go see other beauty queens.
But we're busy with trainer for G20 go Josie. Shouldn't we just stay here?
No, we have children. You know that our kids are going to be stuck at school if we don't leave.
You say it like we didn't leave our children yesterday. This guy.
So can we be deadbeat for one day and fix it again today? Thank you for hanging out with us, man. We are here the entire day, so please stay listening, 938.co.za if you're online, or 938 FM in Johannesburg. Until Monday, have an incredible week in spite of yourselves. Don't forget, with Cell C, hashtag you can escape the city, not the signal.
938 News.
Top stories this hour. The Tshwane municipality is probing 120 million rand worth of water tanker invoices for possible fraud, and the South African Reserve Bank cautions against a slight inflation increase in 2026. Good morning, I'm Trudy Teledi. Tshwane municipality is investigating a 120 million rand in water tanker invoices for possible fraud. The city says increased water outages have driven higher spending on water tankers. Some questionable invoices from contractors have already been identified and rejected. Meanwhile, the Democratic Alliance has lodged a complaint with the public protector to probe the matter further. The DA claims much of the money paid in 2025 lacked evidence that services were requested or delivered, raising concerns of large-scale fraud. And the KwaZulu-Natal government says it would recommend a second term for Provincial Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. His current term ends in March 2026, but there are no talks yet on renewing his contract. The provincial government says it is satisfied with Mkhwanazi's leadership, particularly in the fight against crime. KZN Premier Thamsanqa Ntuli praised his work, saying the province needs his continued presence at the helm. In other news, the South African Reserve Bank says inflation is expected to rise slightly next year, reaching 3.6%, up from an earlier forecast of 3.3%. The increase is largely driven by higher electricity prices. Globally, inflation has eased as energy and food prices stabilized and many currencies strengthened. In South Africa, a stronger rand against the US dollar is helping to keep price pressures in check. And in your world news, the World Health Organization says the aid situation in Gaza remains catastrophic, with little improvement in food deliveries since the ceasefire. UN reports show current aid levels are still insufficient to reduce widespread hunger. Meanwhile, violence continues, with a drone strike killing one person in Khan Yunis and ongoing shelling reported in eastern Gaza. Diplomatic efforts are underway, with US and regional officials meeting Israeli leaders to support the fragile truce. The UN has urged the opening of all crossing points to reverse the famine and improve access to essential supplies. And in your markets, the rand is trading at 17 rand 31 to the US dollar, 23 rand 5 cents to the pound sterling, and 20 rand 12 cents to the euro. Gold is selling at $4,084, 9 cents of an ounce, and Brent crude oil is trading at $66, 8 cents per barrel. It's a warm sunny day in Gauteng, with hot conditions expected in Johannesburg and throughout the province. Temperatures will reach a high of 29 in Midrand, 28 in Johannesburg, and 31 in Pretoria. Recapping your top stories this hour, the Tshwane municipality is probing a 120 million rand worth of water tanker invoices for possible fraud. That's all the news I have for you at this hour. For 938 News, I'm Trudy Teledi.
News.
Hello. Survivors of gender-based violence and abuse have somewhere to turn in their most vulnerable moments. If you or someone you know needs help, contact Tears Foundation on 08000 832 77. Tears Foundation, soothing the nation since.